Hello, Mario.
It's break time. Where the heck's the Cheetos, my dudes? Nom nom, oh excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Hello, Mario.
For life.
Hell yeah, you're not seeing how the sausage is made now, huh? We fixed it from last time, chat. We fixed it from last time. It's much better now. Hi, why isn't chat showing up? Fuck. It's not all good anymore. Okay, there you go. It's good. It's good again. We're fine now. Okay, hold on. I gotta get up. Gotta get up. Hello, Defender. Hello, Doomslayer. Hello, Patrick. I am here, and now I have the things. I got the things. I got the headphones. I'm a real wrestling commentator, man. Welcome to tonight's Longboi Club meeting, everyone. My name is GIRAFFE. I'm the president of the Longboi Club, the very large enjoyer of all things gaming, wrestling, other hyperfixations, my sinky cat, and I'm the guy that leaves his mic hot while he goes to take a piss. Tonight, we are continuing our run of the women's MyRise in WWE 2K24. How is everyone doing tonight? How's everyone doing? I know we got a few people in chat already. Doomslayer, thank you for
Hello, Mario.
the tier 1 resub. I appreciate that. My new world order. No. We take them out back. We take them out back like we do the Longboi gang, and we we go behind the Applebee's and we take them down. That's what we do around here. Holy shit. I need to turn that down, otherwise I won't be able to hear myself think. Hi everyone. How we all doing tonight? How we all doing? I know we got Rockhouse plays at full volume. Brother, I'll tell you what, Scott Hall ain't got nothing on the Longboi, alright? The bad guy ain't got nothing on the Longboi, alright? Let's get one thing straight here. I am that I am. As Hogan once wrote on his arm in really bad handwriting. Yeah. Hi everyone. How are we all doing tonight? I'll be honest. Before we get into things, I gotta say something. All right? I was wanting to just kind of do this. I was wanting to, you know, just take it easy for these first few months. It would have been fun to, you know, do a whole big thing about, you know, Halloween and, you know, planning for the Christmas time and stuff like that. But, you know, I just wanted these first few months back to, you know, just be getting back into the swing of things, getting back to business, you know? But then I remembered, wait, it's Halloween, right? I mean, it's a spooky season at least. It's the spooky season, which means in a perfect world, it would be Bag of Bones season, you know? It would be the homunculus's favorite time of year, because that means that he would be able to gorge on bags of bones all month. Delicious, savory white cheddar all month long for him. That's at least what I thought while I was driving today. While I was just kind of, you know, I'm driving around and doing a couple of quick errands. A couple of boss-like errands to run. And I was thinking to myself, you know, maybe it would be fun to, like, just try and get some bags of bones, right? But to get into the spirit a little bit. But, you know, when I went to Walmart today, I looked all over, and I swear to God, I didn't find any in the chip aisle. I didn't find any in like a big Halloween display. I didn't find them anywhere. And then to my absolute horror, when I decided to go online to find them, I was greeted with even worse results. Well, no. I didn't find Gina there. I did not find Gina over there. That I did not find. What I did find, though, is, first off, a web page. Let me bring it up for you real quick. I found a web page. Several web pages when I went to search Cheetos Bag of Bones. And I found these listings. And I thought, sweet. Maybe we can get some. You know? Maybe we can get some. And to my absolute displeasure, when you go on there, it goes to nothing. Not only are they not in stock, they're treated like they don't exist. We can't seem to find the page you're looking for. Try going back to the previous page or contact us for more information. We've been denied the Bag of Bones this season, everyone. We've been denied the Bag of Bones this spooky season. So I'm sorry, homunculus. I'm so sorry. I tried. Big bro went out there and he fought tooth and nail. He combed all over God's green all over God's green earth. That being the US Midwest. And I couldn't find them. I couldn't find them anywhere. Although, how hard would it be to like make your own bag of bones, right? Like what are Cheetos made out of? That's actually a good question. I don't know what they're made out of. Ain't shit gonna be green for long. Ain't shit gonna be green for long. What now? What now? What are Cheetos made out of?
My sadness is immeasurable and my night is ruined. Time for the great slaughtering.
I'm right behind you, man. Let me know when it's call to arms time. Okay, cornmeal. Cornmeal is about what I expected. Cheetos are manufactured by blending corn and water. The germ of the corn is removed to prevent spoiling. The germless corn is then ground to cornmeal. Because the cornmeal lacks the nutrients provided by the germs, it is enriched by adding nutrients in order to increase its nutritional value. Homemade Cheetos. How do you even make these? Because like now I'm curious. No, these are just like recipes with Cheetos. I'm not gonna give you the Cheetos snacks recipe. Cheetos from classic snacks made from scratch.
Father, the time for arms is now. We must strike against those that have wronged US this night.
That have wronged US this night? Huh? Oh, I read it like the country. The war between Wisconsin and the US already ended. Calm down. We're not going after the whole country. We just need to go after those that have wronged us. No. What do you even put in this? Hold on. I'm gonna put on some music here while I while I figure this out. Hold on. I know this is going way off tangent for like what we were planning on doing. But, you know, when have I ever stayed on track at all? So for cheese curls, you need the unsalted butter, kosher salt, garlic powder, unbleached all-purpose flour, cornmeal, and Monterey Jack cheese. I'm not gonna lie, Chad. I kind of want to make homemade Cheetos at some point on stream. I think that would be fun. I've been wanting to do like cooking streams as kind of like an aside sort of thing. And I think it might be kind of fun to like try and make something like this. What do you even need to do? You need to beat the butter, salt, and garlic powder at medium-low speed. You gotta scrape down the sides of a bowl and add the flour, cornmeal, and shredded cheese. Stir together at slow speed until a firm dough forms. Oh, so you make like a dough out of it. Yeah, like those. See, like these here don't even look like Cheetos, right? These here look like the chicken fries that you get at Burger King, right? You know what I'm talking about. The little things that come in like the chicken shaped carton. That's what these look like. But what if you added like red food coloring or something? Make it so that at least they look like Cheetos. Because like, these would probably pass if like the cheese coating was like a dirty shade of orange, right? Just make them look foul, nasty, and disgusting. And then bam, you have something where you squint at it and you think, that looks like Cheetos, kinda, maybe. That kind of looks like Cheetos if you squint a bit.
Hello, Mario.
Hey, Keebs, what's up? Welcome to tonight's Longboi Club meeting. I'm sitting here thinking about whether or not we should make these on stream. I saw Burger King is currently carrying something called churro fries. Burger King. See, like, whenever I think of, like, weird food from Burger King, I think of, like, the mac and Cheetos, right? Churro fries. What is this, like an Addams Family thing? Nice headphones. Thank you. I'm now a real wrestling commentator, man. After a week in Disneyland...
Look in my eyes, what do you see? The cult of personality.
Okay,
Father,
homunculus.
I wish to crack open a cold Pepsi in honor of today's wrestling birthday boy, CM Punk. Happy 46th revolution around the sun.
I mean, ever since you spiked our, ever since you spiked that 2-liter full of, like, the flavor dust, I haven't been the same. So, you know what? Have at it, bud. Have at it. Have at that Pepsi. If it's good for you, it's only good for you. So apparently these are like Addams Family things, right? Wait, what's that? What the heck is that? Chad, did you see that? What the heck? Longboi! Longboi and the thingamaboober. What the? Hold on. What the? Hold on. Addams Family Whopper. Addams Family what the fuck? Chat, is this what the gamers are eating these days? Is this what the Addams Family fan base, however large that is that what they eat these days?
Hello, Mario.
I love Sonic. Introducing the Cat Cheeseburger. Hi, Zach. What's up? Welcome to the Nice Longboi Clip Me. The Krabby Patty has arrived at Wendy's. It has, and it's mid as fuck. I tried it. And you know what? If you like Dave's double, or just Dave's single, it's fine. But then they add on like a secret sauce, and that's what's supposed to make it like a SpongeBob thing, right? Along with like a pineapple vanilla frosty. Which is good. It's fine. I always preferred the Munsters over the Addams Family. I prefer neither, really. I preferred neither. I don't really think it's my thing. But like I'm looking at this and all I can think of is like the Spider-Man Whopper, you know? The Spider-Man Whopper. This thing, I'm convinced that Burger King's just trying to be like the SpongeBob episode with like the pretty patties. It's not tainted meat, it's painted meat. You guys remember like that one? You guys remember that one like image that was circling around before Sonic Cross Shadow Generations release? This thing? This guy. The Sonic and Shadow Whopper. Where like the top part was like blue and the bottom part was like red. But I'm pretty sure this is just a photo edit of like the stuff they have for the Addams Family. I tried the Whopper, it was alright, didn't make me change colors or give me spider powers. Well then you should have left a bad review. You know? If I were in your position, I would have left a bad review. So, hold on. Is this or is this not an edit? I'm pretty sure it's an edit because, like, when you look at this, it's like this right here just looks like the Addams Family Whopper, but you just took the top bun and you made it blue. If that's here. Oh, no. No, because, like, no. Look at this. Look at this thing right here. Look at this. First time I'm seeing this, what the fuck? Zach, you and I, the next time that we're here, rather like you and I, the next time we meet up, we need to try and get our hands on the Sonic and Shadow Whopper. I don't even think it exists. I'm pretty sure it's just like a photo edit. But I want to try to get the Sonic and Shadow Whopper. I don't think we have crazy stuff like that in Germany. Well, hey Steph, remember when Burger King had a create your own Whopper contest and they used AI to let you make any kind of disgusting Whopper? Do you think they've ever found a winner? I don't think it's real. Fuck! No! I want the Sonic Whopper so bad. Also, what is this? Oh no. Sonic launches, hold on. And of course, when I like go and like look up Sonic Whopper, one of the first results isn't even like, you know, Burger King. It's like the drive-up restaurant. Also, I forget that like Sonic as a restaurant is like old as shit. Like, look at this. This right here looks disgusting, right? This right here looks like it's like 70% cheese, pickle, and diced onions, and 30% beef, right? And then you have like the secret sauce up here. The first time a promo image has looked awful. But no, like, this right here looks like it'll give you like poison by food coloring. Do you really want it? Yes! Yes, I want it! I want it! What is this? What is this? Okay. No, I want it. It's older than the Hedgehog. It is. It is. If anything, Sonic the Hedgehog owes his branding to the Sonic restaurant. Which is really funny that they still never done, like, a tie-in of any kind. I guess Sonic fans just don't go to Sonic. Speaking of Sonic the Hedgehog in fast food, I remember when McDonald's used to have Sonic Happy Meal toys when they were promoting Sonic the Hedgehog 3. They even had a toy of Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog Robotnik. That's not Sonic 3, that's Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog. Speaking of Sonic, I played Shadow Generations all the way through last night, and it was fun as fuck. It is shorter than Generations, I think, but Sonic X Sonic. Can we not post links in there, please? Not without my permission? Please do not post links in there without my permission. Anyways, yes, you can put the link in there, but please ask for my permission. Oh, I know what this is. Hold on.
Where do the stars?
Ah! Hold on. I gotta pull Sonic out from his slumber here.
Where do the stars of Sega Sonic 3 go when the...
Hold on. You can hear this, right? Give me a second.
Game's over?
Okay, good.
Are you guys in there?
Hey, here's a hint. They're at McDonald's in the $1.99 Sonic 3 Hamburger Happy Meal. Sonic launches with a push of a button.
Holy shit! That is a goofy-ass Sonic. Whoa! Stop staring at me with them big ol' eyes!
With a push of a button, Tails flies who knows how high, and Robotnik barely dodges disaster. There's even this sweepstakes thing, where 10,000 lucky folks will win free Sonic 3 cartridges. So if you're still looking for Sonic and his friends...
I need to report a missing hedgehog.
Take the kids to McDonald's, where what you want is what you...
I need to report a missing hedgehog. That's nice, Sarah. Now go... now go eat your McNuggies.
Take the kids to McDonald's, where what you want is
Sonic rapidly approaching your location.
McDonald's in the $1.99 Sonic 3 Hamburger Happy Meal. Sonic will launch you.
I need someone to, like, deep fry this here. I need someone to, like, deep fry this, like, particular Happy Meal. And just, like, put up, like... You know, like, those photo edits? In where, like... You know, they take letters and words from, like, different, like, video game and movie posters. And they put them over the image to say something weird and unhinged. Like how you have... Mario, this right here. This guy here, suffer more. I need, like that right there. I need that, but for this guy. On it, 07. Great, great, report back with your findings.
With a push of a button. Tails flies, who knows?
Well, you know what? Well, speaking of Sonic, you know, speaking of Sonic, and speaking of McDonald's, you know what we gotta watch now, right, chat? Wait, they made a 2022 one? Huh. By the way, Shadow Generations loves the Shadow video game, as it should. I mean, that's basically what it's, you know, sort of, you know, presenting itself as a sequel to. Cool.
Sonic the Hedgehog is speeding through McDonald's. You can snap up protein-packed milk and a toy from the new movie Sonic the Hedgehog 2. Only in theaters rated PG.
This implies that, like, in the movie world, the rings are, like, you know, a currency. The rings are a currency, and, like, in between... in between adventures, Tails needs to suffer through a low-tier job at McDonald's.
You can snap up protein-packed milk and a toy from the new movie Sonic
Hello,
the Hedgehog
Mario.
2. Only in theaters rated PG.
Hey, Alex, what's up? But yeah, welcome to tonight's Longboi Club meeting. We're talking about Sonic, which obviously means that we're doing wrestling. Sonic McDonald's commercial. I did not know that there were, like, McDonald's toys based off of the Sonic 2 movie. Having children work now. Shame. Not much. Working on some rigs. Can you rig these things? Sega Game Slime. Skateboard. Say it with me now. Rogue and Amy Tennis. Cream Puff Flubber Catch. Shadow Basketball. Knuckles Baseball. Classic. Like a game slime. Incredible. Incredible work by all involved. But no. What the heck were we doing tonight? Something involving wrestling, right? Oh yeah, that's right. We were doing this. We were continuing the storyline of everyone's favorite giraffe mutant, Gina. Last time, I'm actually trying to remember what we did last time. My fucking ADD is going off the fritz. Oh my shit. Live 2D rig? Yes. Like, yes. Like, yes to, like, the weird models that we were just showing off? If so, that's impressive. That's very impressive, if so. Crazy if true. Okay, so I remember last time we were supposed to, like, do a tag thing with Carmella. I don't want to do that yet, so we're gonna not do that. Instead, we're gonna do Bailey's thing here, which I think is a fatal 4-way. Having children work now. I forgot what the TTS redeem is called, so I'm just gonna say it in regular text. Hello! Hello, Dark Raven. Welcome to tonight's Longboi Club meeting. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Oh, yes! Oh, yes, chat. As usual, Keebs comes in hot and fresh. You need to see this right now. You gotta see this, okay? Hold on just a second. Hold on. Burger King made a what Whopper? I love how you can't even see, like, you can't see his right eye. You can't see his right eye. The idea of the Addams Family Whopper makes him so flabbergasted that that he gains a cataract in one eye. Oh, it's so good. I love him. I love my boys so much. That's a keeper. That's a keeper. I'm saving that right now. That's going in my pictures. That's going right next to the My Honest Reaction dog from Pony. Great. All right. Now, chat, what do you say we actually play the game? What if we actually played this video game, chat? What if we did that? Do you think that that would be cool? I think that'd be pretty cool. And the Ghost of Tsushima whoopsie pick? Yeah! That's another keeper. Question, if WWE is ever serious about bringing back intergender wrestling, what would a good story... I don't really know off the top of my head. I mean... No. A good story would be just a normal wrestling story. You know? You don't have to make it about, you know, specifically the idea of intergender wrestling. Because I think that that shit's passé. And really tedious and dumb in the modern day. If you're gonna do intergender wrestling, just do it. You know? Treat it like it's a normal thing. Right? Rhea versus Braun Breaker would eat my fucking soul. I want that so much. Japanese shampoo ad. Actually, chat, before we get going, speaking of ads, I'm gonna just go ahead and run a Gitsy real quick, just so that we don't need to worry about it in like 20-odd minutes, okay? I'm just gonna do that.
It's break time. Where the heck's
Raw
the
rolls on
Cheetos,
after
my
this.
dudes?
The ape is back in his first action game ever.
Ape's
Donkey
fucking
Kong
back,
Country.
baby!
What makes this game so remarkable is that it's the first game created with fully
rendered graphics.
What the heck is fully rendered? To put it in a
What is
nutshell,
it, George?
Fully rendered means that the characters and all other graphics were created by computer modeling from all sides and angles of the objects. Thus, animation is totally complete and uninhibited using any view of the object. The technology is not incredibly different than that which was used to create the dinosaurs of Steven Spielberg's Jurassic Park or the Wonders of the Mask. One of the best examples of the 3D rendering in this game is the water level. The shark, also known as Chomps Jr., is an incredible sight.
Wouldn't it be funnier if something if Baron Corbin was wrestling women? I was like, the fuck. Honestly, I don't even know why there hasn't been at least a one-off match like that recently, because whenever a woman hits a man, or rather hits a move on a man, it's always a big pop.
Donkey Kong Country were able to stretch their creative minds since Donkey Kong doesn't have a particularly detailed history. The main idea of the story is that you're trying to get back the bananas that were stolen from your stockpile. Kong, Diddy are the main monkey characters, but throughout the travels on the island of Donkey Kong Country, you'll encounter several characters that are extremely diverse in personality. From an ostrich named Espresso to a rhino named Rambi, the game has endless thrills and is certainly destined for greatness. Cranky Kong,
thinking back to Raw 100 where
DK's grandfather, will give
Sir Rita hit a moonsault on Heath Slater. A McDonald's ad just played for me before you came back.
The music also adds a lot to the game.
Did it show Sonic?
Stereo, dude. You can buy the music on CD from Nintendo if your Nintendo isn't hooked up to a stereo system.
Nom nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Hey, welcome back to Raw.
Kong is truly with the times, so to speak. His music is great for listening. Just pause the game.
It's great for listening.
Without the game sound effects. Speaking of sound effects, you'll notice the quality of the echoes in the caves and Donkey Kong.
It works for
noises.
I've been saying I want wrestling to go full comic book and just treat men, women, and bees completely equally in terms of combat prowess. It works for fighting games, it works for anime, it works for comic, it works for action movies. Donkey Kong's What's Hip? Sing it with me. No singing? Okay. Oh, okay. Donkey Kong is here for like another minute.
Get it now.
Now!
An example of a revolution.
Now!
Play control is very responsive and monkey feeling. The challenge is high.
What's monkey feeling, chat?
Several hard levels to reach Candy's save point.
What's it mean to feel monkey?
It's awesome, since you can press A to let another player play. What's even cooler is the way the game lets the next player pick up
Answer me that.
died without interrupting gameplay. If you want the other player to play, just press A. These features and so much more make Donkey Kong Country the game of the decade.
Disneyland churros are the greatest churros in the world. All of churros are just branches covered in sugar.
Is it wrong to say that I've never been a fan of churros?
DK Donkey Kong. DK Donkey Kong is here.
DK Donkey? I just love DK Donkey. Wait, Kong? He really had to think about it, chat. The Cheetos are messing with his brainstem.
Ah, I see. Another superstar is.
We've already seen this.
Well, pretty early. That's advice. Do you want me to? Then what are we?
Ventriloquism.
Then I should try. Wow.
All right, the power of the press. She can do a mean press slam. What if Cheeto churros? Get out of here. Ew. I don't want that, dog. I don't want that.
Here she is, the formidable and unflappable Cap.
Unflappable? Chat, what's unflappable?
Making her way to the ring.
What is unflappable, chat? I never had churros, so I can't really talk about that.
And she's come to the right place. Her opponent wants nothing more than.
Clearly, Michael Cole has to see Gina's ears. LOL. Unflappable. Unflappable. Having or showing calmness in a crisis.
It's go time for the captain.
You know what? She's on her quest to become that bitch trademark, so I don't know if calm is what I would describe her as.
Beat down. Now she's still the head baddie in charge, but now she's also too sweet. Michin looking to throw down like the baddie she is. Yeah, Michin has competed all over the world. You simply...
On just a second. Nope. Nope. Mm-mm.
One of the most
Samantha and Irvin 07. Oh yeah, that's right. She's kind of stepping away from the game, isn't she? Hold on. I gotta win the Fatal 4-Way. A spot on the bump could be a huge boost for this WWE adventure. Pin or submit Michin, Raquel, or Natalia to win the match and make your move. You know, we gotta have... Holy shit! I was gonna say we need to have, like, a Haaswoman fight. But, like... Hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna, like, turn this down a little bit again so I can hear myself think. I want to have, like, a big, meaty women slap and meet thing between Gina and Raquel Rodriguez. But... Gina makes everyone look so tiny. You know? Gina makes everyone look small by comparison. It's unfair, really. It is unfair. Unfair. How, like, large she is and how, like, tiny she makes everyone look. Raquel Rodriguez. Listen. 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 Listen, the Zolof's kicking in. Rather, you know, the Zolof's kicking in. So I may be a little, I may be a little off my game here. But Skyrim will get me back on my game. There you go. She's still so slow. She is still so freaking slow, chat.
Not the prettiest thing you'll ever see, but it sure looks effective from here.
Oh.
Put her in a position now.
Oh, buckle power bomb. Wait, no, electric chair. No, that wasn't the electric chair. I'll be semi-lurk and kick some butt. Ow. Thank you. Thank you very much for the lurk. I appreciate it. Oh man, Natalia's getting... You know what? I mean, if Gina's gonna be that bitch trademark, then we're gonna need to get down and dirty, you know? Just like how she was in TBD. She's gotta get down and dirty, which means chair bump time. CTE. There you go. Oh shit, no. Not hard to do, Mogul. Here we go. Bigger and stronger. That one's for Gina, clearly. Hold on. Come on. Here we go. Come on, let's do it. One. What? One after a chair shot? Get out of here. No. Fine. You know we're going up. Woo! Holy crap. That was a lot. That was a lot following on her just there.
For life.
Hey, Merrick, thank you for following. I didn't know you were following it. Hello. How are you doing? How are you doing? Welcome to tonight's Longboi Club meeting, and thank you for
Mario.
the follow. You're now a member of the Longboi Club for life. I thought you were too. I genuinely thought you were too, but weird. Whatever. It's fine. It doesn't matter because you're following now. I'm glad you're here. How are you doing tonight? Oh. No. What? I'm doing okay. I'm playing TTT with friends, lol. TTT? What is that? Am I just stupid and culturally out of touch? Well, no. I would just say culturally out of touch. Nice. GTS. 1, 2, 3. There you go. Raquel. It was right there for you. You had all the time in the world to break that up. Trouble in Terrorist Town. What it? Wait, what's that? Trouble in Terrorist Town.
You have to wonder where her loyalty really is.
Oh, it's okay. It's a Gmod thing. Got it.
Truly against all odds, managing to squeeze.
All right. Bump time, I guess. What did we win? A spot on a podcast. Someone gifted me web fishing earlier, which made me happy because I've been wanting that game for like a week. I would like to play web fishing myself. I need to like, actually, get around to buying it, but I already have so many things to play right now, right? I mean, we're gonna play Cookie Clicker in like 2.5 hours from now. And that'll be kind of our chill thing for tonight. That'll be the kind of like the after show. I'm pretty sure Kayla's wearing the painted on jeans they talk about in country songs. The painted on jeans? Great match on Raw tonight. If you can, check out at Gina's victory over Candice LeRae. Some excellent ring work on display. Wait. Oh, wait. Oh, that's from last time. Wait, hold on. We need to upgrade Gina. Give me a second. We need to make her faster. There you go. That's something they talk about. That is not how genes work. Let me see. Bro Country was a PTSD-inducing time. I had to go through... Listen, Patch, I was in the trenches with you, okay? Because that was, like, my family's thing, right? That was, like, what... That was what they were into, you know? At least, like, on my mom's side, right? My mom's side was really into, like, country from, like, the 2010s, which was, like, the trenches, right? Meanwhile, my dad was, like, into, classic rock and stuff like that. Basically, my parents did not know about anything current or, like, anything tasteful. And neither did I. And neither did I. And neither did I. It's only recently, that I started, like, listening to, like, newer stuff. Mostly on the hip-hop side. I've been really getting into hip-hop lately, myself. I remember around, like, 11th grade or so, we had a bus driver who if he had the radio out, 9 times out of 10, country music was playing. Was it, like, country music from, like, that time period? Again, like, I've been listening to a series on YouTube called What Makes This Song Stink. And one of them is on Jason Aldean's shitty song from last year. And multiple times he takes jabs at like how a lot of these people, the whole country thing is just kind of like, a flavor to them. They don't actually like know anything. Rather, like, they don't actually live that lifestyle. Because a lot of them live in like big mansions, especially, like the bigger ones. A lot of them live in, like, big estates, and mansions, and stuff like that. It's poser stuff.
Hey, congrats on your victory.
Although rhinestone cowboys have been a thing for years and years and years. It's just they don't have any, like, actual history there. Hey, congrats on your victory tonight. I'd love to have you on the bump this week if you're free. You're lucky to have me. You know what? She's that bitch.
I can make some room in my schedule. You're lucky to have me.
Wow, here for a second and already got an attitude. All that aside, we're excited to have you. Raquel Rodriguez was the favorite to win, but we've hosted her before. It'll be good to get a fresh perspective from a newer superstar.
Listen, Gina Gina clears Raquel Rodriguez in any capacity.
Certainly offer that.
She clears Raquel Rodriguez.
So, what do you want to talk about? We can tailor the conversation to whatever you think the WWE Universe wants to hear about. It'll be great for them to get a chance to know you.
My history in wrestling. I mean, she does have a storied history, at least that's what we're led to believe. I think that she would want to big up her accomplishments a little bit.
I want the WWE Universe to know where I come from. I'd love to talk about my history before getting signed.
Sounds great. Can't wait.
Fantastic. We're gonna go and put over our friends, guys. We're gonna go and put over our best friends right there. Hold on just a second. Let's do it. All right, baby, time for the big boy shoot interview.
We're happy to bring in someone new
Fuck!
who's getting some momentum with her win in a fatal four-way last week on Raw. If you don't know her, you soon will. She told me I could call her this. The Cap.
Thanks for having me.
Just to get this.
Not gonna lie, the friggin' fleece shirt slays.
No need to steal mine.
Jeez, fine. I get it.
Have you two actually had a chance to talk since your infamous Raw debut?
We have not, but I want to say from the bottom of my heart, Saxton, I do not apologize.
The WWE Universe is getting to know you in the ring, but they may not know about your career before WWE. How did you get started?
Well, Kayla...
Hey!
What the...
What the?
Oh!
Hey!
You're not even the one I pinned. What's your problem?
Can we get some help in here? Let's go to break.
Dude, we didn't even do anything. We did nothing. We didn't even do anything. You're not even the one that I fucking pinned. Get out of here. As evidenced by her appearance on the bump, Raquel Rodriguez has a score to settle with Gina. She'll get a chance to do so on Raw. I know I said WWE superstars are competitive for exposure, but that was ridiculous. I really don't appreciate anyone ruining my show. You're about to leave this hub. Are you ready to continue the story? Hold on. I'm starting to notice a trend of getting pulled into shenanigans whenever Gina is around. Well, listen. Listen, Saxton. You sign up for this. How many commentary tables have you seen broken? Right in front of you. Gina's here to kick ass. What can I say? All right. Now it's time for the big meaty women slapping meat challenge. Let's do it.
6.
But no, like, my mom, like, especially, like, my family, especially on my mom's side, they were incredibly, like, into that bro country stuff. For, like, at least 15 years. And still kind of now these days. Although and just through that exposure, I've learned to just kind of jive with it. Like, almost through osmosis, I suppose. Just kind of like, I've been trained to not be completely turned off by it, you know? I would rather listen to most other things, but I can live with it if it comes on. I can live with it if it comes on. But basically any other genre I'm all good with. Even like some of like the newer stuff doesn't feel as skeezy sometimes, right? But like there's still some leftover skis in there. I feel like that's gonna take another like decade before the skis is gone. Another decade of effort. Okay. We need big, meaty music. Here it is.
These two. I'm surprised you were able to make it to Raw tonight, Saxton. You got trucked by Raquel Rodriguez.
I would be lying if I said I wasn't rooting a bit for Cap to get
Come
some
on.
revenge on Raquel after what she did to me.
She adjusts it and reverses it.
Come on.
For life.
Hey, Parker, thank you for following. I didn't know you weren't following yet, but thank you. You're now a member
Hello,
of the
Mario.
Longboi Club for life. How you doing, my friend? I know you from the server. What the? Well, okay.
Braxton meant what she said.
What? What? That's fucking awesome. Hey, you! Roll up. One. Okay, hold on. Okay, we need the big meaty women slapping meat segment here.
Nothing pretty here, just good old-fashioned fisticuffs. Big shots being fired right now. Neither competitor letting up. The fight is on.
This is like... This is like if one of, like...
The willpower, the sheer guts of these two.
WWE Universe appreciating these athletes.
Come on. Come on! Yeah! Let's go!
One thunderous final blow. Vicious.
Yeah! Whoa! Hello!
Teacher to waste precious time.
Holy shit!
The gory special. Oh my goodness, this may be. Look at
So wait, is it like attempt? Oh no, you need to.
Life.
You need to in fact beat her. Thank you for following Jaxie, I think is how you say it, Jaxie? You're now a member of the Longboi Club for life. How are you doing? How are you doing tonight?
kick to the back.
And also, how'd you find us, if I may ask? I'm always curious to know how, like, how people find the channel.
Interrupt the attack.
Hello, Mario.
Hello there, Travis said. My name's Jaxie. I'm also a WWE wrestling fan myself.
Could lead to a big time win.
You could say that I enjoy myself some dub
Raquel Rodriguez.
and some AE dub.
Powerful, so big, so strong.
Mostly the latter. But I enjoy myself some big dub.
And she kicks out right away.
She kicked out there, but I don't know how much
Oh,
more she can take.
there you go. Come on.
What a maneuver! She's incredible.
What a maneuver! No, Norman Osborn. I'm something of a wrestling fan myself. Exactly.
Quick thinking.
Exactly.
Out of the way, delivers a nice back body drop. Looking.
Oh, nice spine buster! Spine on the pine. Really?
See a kick out there.
Big Hots fight tonight on Monday Night Raw. With a big R-Truth sign in the friggin' stands. Ow. Plus, I have a reason by my last name. Plus, see you in my Twitch recommendations. Oh, okay. What a maneuver. But no, I am something of a wrestling fan myself.
Out there deadlifting prowess and just tossing their opponent like they're nothing. Really just laying it in.
And Raquel keeping the aggressions high. You can sense that Rodriguez doesn't want to play around much longer. What are they going to do outside here? Count out may be imminent here.
Okay, I need to get you back in the ring.
Throws her back in from ringside.
There you go. Good. Actually, like 80s to nowadays. What now? Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. She's about to do a finisher. my god! I gotta get out the ring. I gotta get out the ring quick. Ah! No! 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 No, please! Please, no! 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 Holy shit! Come on! Come on! GTS! Pin! 1, 2. No, come on! Come on, dude! No! 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 No, 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 no! No! Please! No! Oh my god! Come on! No! Okay, 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 okay. I'm actually... Okay. Okay. Yes! To the sky! I'm a sea corgi. That's a Welsh corgi and sea otter hybrid. I grew up a WWE fan since I was 7 in 1994. Okay. I have been a fan since around 2011. I am younger than you, it seems. Ah, shit, I need to not be doing high risk stuff. Jeez. Brother Devon. Oh my god. This is good. This is a good match here. Come on. Pop handle slam. This is awesome. No, rope break. Hey Raquel, you know what? Gina has power bombs too. Yeah. Gina's got power bombs too. 1, 2, 3. Incredible match.
A big win for the captain. You might say she has her ship headed in the right direction. You guys think this win is going to keep them together?
I don't see a reason why you wouldn't. You got the synergy, now you've got the win.
Man. I'm not gonna lie, chat, that actually kind of had me on the ropes. I'm not gonna lie. I wasn't even like trying to like add like drama to that like I usually try to do with stuff like this. That was actually kind of fun. Not fair when someone at Caleb Braxton WWE shows up unannounced. You ruined my show, I ruined yours at Raquel Rodriguez. Was that really all it took to get you off your game, Raquel, or did you just lose? I think you just lost, really. Yeah, like that was like actually a good match. Awesome.
Raquel is asking for a rematch.
Let's do it.
Why? Kayla may have come out and distracted Raquel, but I beat her fair.
Nevertheless, WWE management has decided to grant Raquel's request. Don't worry, we know what we're doing. And since you are both apparently so hungry for press, it'll be WWE's first ever microphone match.
I'm sorry? This is so mid-card now, dude. If Mary Hart allowed it, I'd love to see a new action figure of Owen Hart's alter ego, the Blue Blazer. Maybe, sorry, maybe, Tony Khan will, sort of, you know, I'm gonna put that like on the presser. Or at least, you know, I try to make that like on a reality. Since, you know, Hart has kind of, you know, been a product on rather, you know, sort of been a thing on Dynamite and Collision. A microphone match, never heard of that kind of match. I'm willing to bet that it is just an I Quit match.
Brilliant, I know. No disqualifications, but the only weapons you'll have access to are WWE microphones.
That's shit.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Mics can't really hurt anyone. Can we at least use the mics to cut promos during the match? I mean, whose idea even was this?
Yeah, exactly. At the very least.
I can tell by your misplaced mockery that you have never had a microphone thrown at you. I'll have you know that they can actually hurt a lot. So, whoever thought of this match was really smart.
Chat, which one of you came up with this match? Which one of you did it? Raise your hand.
It was you, wasn't it?
It'll be an instant classic.
Which one of you came up with it, chat? I mean, Troy didn't say that he did it. So was it one of you? Alright, here we go. A microphone match? We don't know what that is, but at Gina and Raquel WWE are having one tonight on Raw. Dude, imagine going on your social media and being like, we don't know what this match is. Come watch it. Imagine going on your social media and that's how you promote the match.
Attitude to the WWE ring. It's Cap.
That's base as fuck. That is such a flex. To be perfectly honest, that's a flex. What's a microphone match? We don't know, but you'll watch it anyways. That's some Vince McMahon booking right there.
For the first time ever in WWE, we are having an A.
All right. What's some music that we're doing? I think we gotta do more Here Comes the Pain. Attack Raquel with a microphone. This match is preposterous, but you gotta do what you gotta do. So attack Raquel with a microphone repeatedly. We could just not do it. We could just have a normal match.
Microphone match.
Although we already did. Ow! Although we already did it, so. Holy shit.
That was more force than this stipulation. Blast off.
Whoa, what a landing.
Man, already the big moves. Raquel knew from the last match that she can't take Gina lightly. So she's already pulling out all the stops to put her away early.
Tensions in her mind right now.
She's got a microphone in her hands, and she's ready to...
This right here is like an Attitude Era type match, dude. This here is like the Good Housekeeping match, but if it was only microphones. Dude! Raquel! What's going on? Ow! She actually came to like do things.
She was clearly waiting for that.
Come on! Hit your neck breaker! The microphone match is still better than the karaoke contest they made the women of SmackDown do in 2020. What? When did they do that?
Mic check. 1 2 1 2.
That right there sounds like a pandemic era prospect.
Suplex.
I was about to say a pandemic Eric.
Showing off their deadlifting prowess and just tossing their opponent like they're...
Is that all you got?
Just leave it at this.
Come on.
Hoping to get chucked like that.
Okay, I need a microphone. Quickly.
Come on now. Did you hear the reverb on that impact? She's taking some big hits here.
Don't come over here.
Bane-esque.
Quick, use Saxton as a human shield. Good defense. Just caught flush.
Brought back into the ring from the floor.
Can you please bring the micro? Nah, come on. Raquel, we need to use the gimmick. Hold on. We need to use the gimmick. It was the karaoke SmackDown was on July 10th, 2020. Naomi was the only one that could actually sing. Everyone else was terrible. Oh man.
Obviously was mistaken.
That right there does sound like a pandemic era prospect. And that was like before the Thunderdome was ow. And that was like before the Thunderdome, wasn't it?
She breaks the count quick. She likely knew that wasn't enough. She's just keeping the pressure on. Showing up.
She just keeps on tossing Gina.
Was definitely not.
Just keeps on tossing her.
Was only thinking about dominance. Hit drop.
I'm not gonna lie, chat. I'm really enjoying the big Hosswoman fight we got going on here. Big meaty women slapping meat.
She's starting to drag a little bit. Yeah, Cole, but at this point in the match, you still haven't lost the edge.
All right, you gotta try to beat Raquel Rodriguez.
Taking down her.
Mm.
And a massive clothesline. She returns the favor there.
Ah, yeah, she hit the neck breaker. What?
Kick to the
Big meaty women slapping meat. Yes.
She pops the shoulder up in one. She
Yes.
is still in this fight.
Yes. Do you see the vision? I mean, you better. It's on screen right now. Pop handle slam. Woo!
Incredible suplex.
Bro, that sounds like something out of a certain genre of hentai. Well, yeah, if that's where your brain is at. Of course, listen, if that's where your brain is at, of course it sounds like hentai. What? That just went straight over. That just yeeted right over. Wow. Jey Uso style. Woo!
She's trying to fight back, but it doesn't look good. This is a very dangerous situation now.
All right, we're going long. We're going long.
You can see her struggling to find her bearings.
Go long.
Oh, man.
Oh, that's awesome.
From the middle rope. Oh, what a splash. All the leverage in this match is slipping away from Rodriguez. Raquel certainly being tested here. And that was offense with a hurtful purpose. Rodriguez shows the wherewithal.
I'm making any comments about what a certain person posts on Sev's Discord in response to that comment. What I will say is big meaty women slapping meat is all I want. Exactly.
Well-timed counter on Rodriguez. Neck breaker.
Exactly. We're all for big meaty women slapping meat.
Arm wringer. Apply. Well, that came to. And Raquel Rodriguez.
I do not see what's so wrong with big meaty women slapping meat. I'm not sorry to say. 50-50 bookends hype beat. Wow. She didn't even use the microphone once. Well, cool. Raquel got her win back. Raquel got her win back. I'm making any comments about what a certain person posts on Stev's Discord in response to that comment. Hold on. Just a second here. There you go. Power of press. That's it?
Big meaty women slapping meat sounds super sus, bro.
Why? Dude. Okay, how about this? I'm gonna throw it back at you. What about big meaty men slapping meat? Do I need to educate you on what that's from? Kind of prove my point with that victory. I should have been on the bump from the start. Your fatal 4-way victory was a fluke. Still sus. Well, listen. 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 We're all about the big... Wow, that microphone match was dumb. Did I kind of cause that? Was that my fault? Wow, what a cool and unique match type we saw in WWE tonight. Love the microphone match. If anyone wants to repost and share how much they also loved it, that would be neat. Listen. Yes, Troy, we are so hashtag blessed to have seen the first and the last microphone match ever in WWE, at least as long as I'm in charge. Yeah, we kind of got, like, shit canned there, you know? Hold on. Resilience. I think that's necessary. We need more points in order to, like, get to where we want to be. What do you want, Miz? What do you want, Miz?
There you are. I've been meaning to have a word with you ever since you got signed to WWE. Gotta say, I'm enjoying what you're doing over here on Raw.
Really now?
Why do I sense a butt coming?
What? A butt isn't a bad thing. It's positive.
Yeah, Dan.
It's exciting. It's an opportunity. I think you've been doing great. But I'm just curious if your particular talents might be more suited to SmackDown.
Man, you got Shining Wizard and now you want Gina? Stop being so greedy.
Are you trying to poach me, Miz?
Poach? No.
Contract tampering trademark.
Sure, but I'd never poach from William Regal.
You want to know something funny? The karaoke showdown was so bad, Bray Wyatt even referenced how bad it was in one of his Firefly Funhouse promos. It's like... how long was that after the karaoke thing? Like, how long did it take for him to comment on how bad it was? Because if it's anything less than, like, 3 months after it happened, then, like, it's something that they put on because they knew it was bad. And putting on something even though they know it's bad was, like, the Vince MO basically up until his departure. Maybe a little bit after Dynamite started airing, when they actually started giving a shit. Although they didn't really give a shit until after he was ousted. That's when they actually... It was like a week or two. Then they knew it was bad! Then they knew it was bad! And again, that was like the Vince MO. Just putting on stuff even though you know it's bad.
Right. I think I'm good on Raw for now, Miz. But thanks for the compliment.
Go and tamper with, like, Shining Wizard's title reign. You're already doing that. Unless he's gonna try and poach Gina anyways. It's such good shit, pal! Or whatever we're talking about.
Geneva, hi. What are you doing here? Ready for what?
She didn't tell you?
Who? What? Where? Why? Geneva, I have no idea what you're talking about.
We're gonna take a road trip down to NXT for Sally's first match.
Ooh! Yeah! Psycho Sally, let's go!
Yeah, but wait. She's already gonna debut? She didn't tell me.
You know what? Yeah, I was about to say. She's already gonna debut and Gina hasn't even been on a pay-per-view yet. If you want, I can post a link on the Discord if you want to see for yourself, just to let you... just to show you how bad the karaoke showdown was. You know, I'm always down for some wrestle cringe. So, sure, go ahead.
For life.
Remy Demon, thank you for following. You're now a member of the Longboi Club for life. How are you doing tonight, my friend? Thank you for following.
Hello, Mario.
I'm here for the graps. You and everyone else, it seems. Hello. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. I'm pretty sure I've seen you on Twitter. Give me a second. I'm gonna check your thing real quick, because you seem familiar to me. Familiar model. Let me check your thing there. You likely have, however, I'm no longer on Twitter. Yes, I've seen you! I've seen you! I've seen you in, like, the early days of my streaming journey. Oh! Oh, and I'm already following you. That would explain why. Hi! Hello. Hello. Grabs and slaps. Big, meaty men, women slapping and grapping each other into the mat. But yeah, hello. Hello, it's very, very nice to finally have you here.
Unless I missed a message. I've been terrible about checking DMs, and I hope she doesn't think I've been blowing her off.
Ah, that's such a mood. That's such a mood, Gina.
I'm sure everything will be fine. Just jump in the car with me, grab a bunch of junk food, and roll down there to hang with Sally like the old days. What do you say?
Oh boy. They're gonna change your gimmick, aren't they? Road trip.
5 minutes to pack up. We're gonna show Psycho Sally that you can take the girl out of TBD, but you can't take the TBD out of the girl.
That doesn't make a huge amount of sense in this context.
We're going to NXT, Geneva. Sheesh.
Fanny Fan! Yes! Yes! Java Crips GF is back! Okay, hold on. Remy, I need to show you Gina real quick. I need to show you our giraffe mutant. Right here. There she is. That right there is our giraffe mutant. The sister of famous channel icon, quote unquote, Gira, who's a bit of a wrestling legend in the context of my cursed wrestling universe. And this is his sister, the incomparable, the ginormous, the badass, that bitch, trademark, Gina. She is on a quest to become that bitch.
Have you finished?
Because Jade Cargill's not here for one thing, so we need to fill the the blanks. But no, freaking Siri thought that I was trying to like get them to talk to me.
Geneva, I was superstarring.
Nice.
I knew you had an ulterior
Leopards
motive.
don't change their spot.
All right. So before we get into this next bit here, I need to take a bit of a break. Hold on just a second, everyone. We're gonna run a 90-second ad.
It's break time. Where the heck's the Cheetos, my dudes?
Raw rolls on after this. Okay, but she kind of slays. I know. You can thank channel viewer Morning Keeps for that.
Nintendo 64 and PlayStation.
She did an incredible job.
To players' choices between Super Mario 64 and Resident Evil. These games are the beachhead of their respective systems. But which is better? Well, let's go through this point by point.
Although George Wood also slays, speaking of.
Evil only has it during the hands-off cinema scenes. Evil has real voices for its characters, but Mario and his friends are mute. Mario doesn't require you to solve impossible puzzles to win the game.
Wait, is this the one where he's like, but what's going on with Sega?
You won't solve tons of them. The game is virtually impossible without the hint book. So what's the bottom line? Super Mario 64 wins by a close call. It's more visual and immersive than Resident Evil. However, to our knowledge, no Nintendo 64 game has voices and dialogue yet. That's a big mistake, and we hope that changes. It's not just the graphics that players
Bro,
want.
Mario
The
always...
Nintendo 64 is still very young, though.
Mario always,
The
like,
Super
makes sounds in
NES
the game. What are you
didn't
talking
start
about?
off with Donkey Kong Country quality, so don't expect tomorrow from the N64 today. We still have to wait for the 64DD, as it's called. This disk drive add-on will be used in the N64 games of the future.
Ouch.
All this talk makes us wonder.
What's going on with Sega?
Well,
What isn't
listen to
going
the
on with
soundbite from
Sega at
President
this stage
Tom
of the game?
Kalinske.
Our technology comes from the arcade
That's the
world.
question.
You can't take arcade games, advanced computer graphics in the arcade
Nom nom
world,
nom.
and
Oh,
run
excuse
them
me,
on
we're
the most
back, my
advanced
dudes.
PC
Hey, welcome back to
but
Raw.
You can run them on Saturn. Saturn is more advanced than either PlayStation or Nintendo 64. It has 3 32-bit processors in it.
Well, look, Sega, if all this is true, then why aren't you on top? You make a game like Mario 64, and then we'll talk. Until then, we rest our case.
Cool. Thank you. Thank you very much, George Wood. Your input was very much needed. All right. Continuing on here. Going Psycho. Let's do it. Welcome back to Raw, by the way. I'm snoozing for a minute.
Ara.
Ooh, homunculus. So promiscuous. I was confused for a minute because I was like, why was he cutting back and forth between Mario and Resident Evil? Well, that's why. What the? Huh? Wait, did I change control?
Cap, you came! Have you met all the cool people in this locker room? Everyone's amazing!
We literally just walked in the door. Geneva's here too. She got to talking with Justine about one last indie run. You know how they get.
OMG, I would do bad things to good people to have a match with Justine.
Uh-oh.
You and me both, but you gotta focus up. First NXT match tonight. That's a huge deal. Who are you up against?
Blair Davenport.
She's really good.
AE-dub! AE-dub!
But I remember everything you and Geneva taught me. I've been putting in the work with my coaches at the PC, and everyone around here is making me feel so welcome.
That's great. But remember, everyone in this locker room is scrapping for the same spot on the elevator going up. Sometimes the biggest smiles hide the sharpest knives.
Bro, you do not need to put her on edge. She literally sounds like that she's like one step away from like just a breakdown.
You are cynical and jaded, and I heart you.
Just saying. Stone Cold was right. Don't trust anybody.
I trust you and Geneva completely.
See? That's your first mistake. We're both wrestling promoters.
Wow. Trust no one, not even yourself, meme.
Ha ha. Seriously, thanks for coming. It means a lot, Cap.
The early 2020s of WWE were really dark times, and that's why you watched AEW, because it was actually good.
That's nothing. You just go out there and do your best.
And it is good. Right now, it's good.
Really?
AEW is fucking cooking right now.
No. You go out there and beat Blair Davenport's ass.
Well, yeah, let's do it. Let's go. Let's go, Psycho Sarah. That's still a crazy outfit. Wow.
Oh my goodness, you're first.
I know you posted them. Yeah, I know you posted like, Fanny Fan, let's go.
I've never been more excited in my whole entire life, Fanny.
Yes.
It's amazing, right? The butterflies, the adrenaline. It's the best feeling in the world.
I can hardly hold it in. I want to go out right now. Ah!
Shh. You just don't want people to see you so enthusiastic around here. Most of the locker room, they're like the cool kids, you know?
No. Sally, you need to have the tism, okay? You very clearly have the tism. You gotta wear it. I guarantee you that most of NXT in this context has the tism, okay? Be a fan of wrestling. It's all good.
The cool kids?
Yeah, people like us, effervescent, big personalities who love to spread their enthusiasm. A lot of folks, they don't like it, especially Blair.
That's why she's mid. Teasing some kind of creature in Eric Rowan's cage, but it was a puppet spider. It was really weird. Yes, yeah, I remember that.
Blair Davenport?
Yeah, she's got mad beef with anyone she finds overly passionate. I'd watch it in your match out there tonight. Maybe tone it down a bit.
Don't tone it down. Listen. Blair's mid. Psycho Sally is not.
Oh,
You'll find that out here in a minute.
Thanks for the heads up. But if Blair is too cool for school, I think the right move is actually the opposite. I'm gonna have to work overtime to tone it
Spare
up.
serotonin.
Exactly.
Please.
Tone it up.
Just how much I
Yes,
love
thank you.
wrestling.
Thank you. No, like once WWE got good again, a lot of people just went back to WWE. And you know, I am not one of those people. WWE is just not my flavor of wrestling. I've said it a few times now, and I will continue to say it. It is not my flavor of wrestling. You know? It is not my flavor.
That's not what I meant. Blair won't like that.
I have nothing against people who, you know, prefer that over any other promotion. But Dynamite and Collision and Rampage, those are my preferred ones. You know? I just enjoy the variety of wrestling on display. I enjoy kind of the more sports feel of it.
Then Blair is gonna have an unpleasant night. Thanks again for the advice, Fanny. See you after my first NXT match. Wow, this is exciting.
I love her. I love Sally. I can't wait for her to tism all over the place and beat the shit out of Blair Davenport. I'll send you back to the house that Khan built. Was fucking Ninja's Big Show fighting Drew McIntyre for the NXT title for some reason? No, for the WWE title for some reason, etc., etc.
Making her way to the ring from Las Vegas, Nevada, Psycho Sally.
It's time to get psycho, Corey.
I wish. For a person who calls herself Psycho, Sally had better find that edge, or her opponent tonight is going to send her right back to the asylum.
Alrighty, here we go. We got new character here that we're playing with. Brand new character. Didn't think it was possible. But in the story mode, we actually got a brand new character to play as. What is that gear? It's weird, is what it is. But, you know what? I could fucks with it. Boo! Boo! Go back to you got custom name font? Oh my gosh!
Capacity for savagery, and I'm pretty sure it's about to be placed on display here tonight.
Go back to AEW. Fun fact: the actress who plays Carly Prime in WWE 2K24 also voiced Mirka in My Hero Academia and Kimberly in Street Fighter 6. Cool. Yeah, she was. She was like in the very first year of it. I think she left like around 2021-ish. She was always like lower mid card though. Big staple on Dark and Dark Elevation. It's Psycho Sally's debut match in NXT. Even though something feels off, make a successful one by defeating Blair Davenport by any result. Immediately, we just start off hot and heavy.
It sounds crazy. Careers can be made and lost in a wrestler's first.
We're making both of each other look like dog shit here. Okay, cool. VA for Psycho Sally is voiced by K-Tendo in the Ranma 1/2 reboot. I don't know what the Ranma 1/2 reboot is. I don't know what that is. What is that? What is that, chat? What is that?
Absolute reckless abandon.
It's gonna create a fuck ton of eggs.
Placed into the corner.
The Ranma 1/2 reboot is gonna create a fuck ton of eggs. Is that what you're saying? Because if that's what you're saying, then holy shit. Too many eggs. Is it better or worse than too many limes? Too many limes. Whoa. Whoa.
Reminding her opponent she's not someone to take lightly.
Shameful thing, lobster head.
Drives a foot into the stomach.
Oh dear, this doesn't
There you
look good.
go. Man! Making Blair Davenport look like dog shit here. Come on.
She steers clear of that one. Oh, what a kick.
Nah.
Oh my God. This could be it.
There. Egg.
She overcomes the
I offer you an egg in these trying times.
Simple kick out. Gets clobber with the axe handle.
All right.
Taking a moment to get
Rage.
off of this crowd's incredible energy.
I have a feeling that Blair's not going to kick out of the Spanish Fly. One, two. Whoa! She started off her friggin' NXT run by squashing Blair Davenport.
Blair Davenport clearly incensed by this loss. This is only going to make Blair Davenport even more.
Wow. That was some dog shit. Wow, Sax. Sax.
Hello, Mario.
With the Long Boys, girls, NBs, and AGs. Hello there. Thank you for coming on into tonight's Long Boy Club meeting. Suna, thanks for the follow. You're now a member of the Long Boy Club for life. My God, it's Sax Neku with the steel saxophone. Oh yeah, that's right. I need to remember. You are Sax Neku now. Or rather,
Hello, Mario.
rather, I'm a Neko now. I need to remember that and not call you Sax Pony. I mean, like, I was there. I was there for the unveiling, but yet I'm way too dumb to remember. Hi everyone. Welcome to tonight's Long Boy Club meeting. I'm the president of the Long Boy Club, the very large enjoyer of all things gaming, wrestling, other hyper fixations, my stinky cat, and I'm the guy that leaves his mic hot when he goes to take a piss. Tonight, we are playing WWE 2K24. I've never been here before. Well, you have now, Mew. You have now, and I welcome you here. How are you doing? How are you doing, Mew? Thanks for the follow, and thank you, Suno, for the follow as well. You just missed the return of Java Crips Bay, Fanny Fan. Sax. You missed the return of Fanny Fan. She was right there. She was right there in the locker room. She's a character on NXT here with the dude antagonist, Psycho Sally. There she is right now! Sax! There she is right now! Oh my God!
Fanny, did you see my match? I won!
Congratulations! Man, you look wiped though. You feeling okay?
Yes, my lesbian wrestling girlfriend.
Honestly, I'm freaking gassed. Like, I've been doing a ton of cardio, but as soon as I stepped through the ropes, I was washed. Could you tell him my match?
I wonder.
Yeah, with all the squashing you were doing of Blair Davenport.
You wonder what? Come on, Fanny. Tell me.
Remember what I said about your opponent not liking big, cheerful personalities like ours?
Yeah?
Rumor has it that in the past, she's done things like swap out a girl's energy bar when she doesn't like her. Give her a placebo instead of protein. I'm talking sabotage.
Sabotage?
That's right, Sally.
My God. Psycho Sally is good.
Do you know what this means?
You're gonna have to take revenge.
Oh my God, we're ribbing each other now.
It means Blair respected my ability so much that she had to cheat to try and beat me. That is so cool!
Yeah, placebo. You know what that is, right?
What?
I've got Roxanne Perez next.
I mean, I'm genuinely asking. Do you know what that is? Yikes, these girls would never survive in the locker rooms of the Attitude Era. No, they wouldn't. I don't think I do. Let me look it up. A placebo is essentially like, sort of like a stand-in that gives you a similar high to a drug, right? Rather, like, it's something that makes you think. To be fair, most of the girls in the Attitude... most of the girls in the locker rooms in the Attitude Era didn't survive. You can just like replace, you know, the Attitude Era with the 90s and it still applies, you know? It's unfortunate, but yeah. I have a feeling it's the other way around. But no. But yeah, like a placebo is essentially kind of like something that sort of makes you think that you're getting a similar high to, like, you know, a drug, even though it's presented like the drug, right? So, like, if I took my Zoloft, right, and you gave me something that looked like a Zoloft, right? Rather, you know, like if you sort of gave me, you know, like my Zoloft and something else that looks like my Zoloft, then, you know, the Zoloft would be a drug and the thing that looks like Zoloft would be the placebo, right? And the placebo would work if I took the thing that looks like Zoloft and I experienced, you know, the same effects as
Mario.
real, genuine Zoloft. Yo, you gotta kick him in the crotch. We gotta kick him in the cooch.
Sally, I don't think...
Thanks, Fanny. Talk to you later.
Oh man. Sex, everyone. Psycho Sally has so much tism in her. She has so much stress and tism in her. It's great. It's fantastic. Oh, I'm having the time of my life. Also, Bear. Hello there. How are you doing? It's been a while since I've seen you. It's been a while since I've seen most people in chat because I haven't been streaming. So whenever I say, hey, it's been a while since I could stream on twitch.tv.
Psycho Sally.
So much gosh darn tism. So wait, after winning the feud with Gina, Raquel gets sent back down to NXT? Oh, no. This is Roxanne Perez. Okay.
Roxanne Perez was trained by WWE.
There's nothing psycho about this chick. The only thing that's psycho is the amount of tism that she has in her veins. So many people in chat being like, she really is just like me from Real for Real. For real, for real. They're taking the hobbits to Isengard. Hold on. Let's see. What music do we want, chat? What music do we want? Because we didn't play music last time, did we? Let's do that.
Early momentum and build off the victory in her NXT.
Beat Roxanne Perez.
One thing she can't build on.
I was about to say, like,
This girl is a real walking frenzy.
I'll be honest. So far, Psycho Sally's been kind of. Oh wait. Oh wait, we're already in the yellow. Oh. Oh. Oh, I see. Right now we're starting off the matches with handicaps. Like the last one, we had less. Sorry, we had less health in the last one, and now we have like more damage on our body and our legs. I get it.
Impact to the stomach. And Sally is countered.
I think that's the angle that we're doing right now. Holy shit, and we're taking a lot of the damage. Wow. Our durability is out the window.
For life.
The Raff. Thank you very much for the follow. You're now a member of the Longboi Club for life. Okay. Okay, I don't think that... Is Sally like Sid's cousin? Oh, Psycho Sid.
Roxanne looking to push the advantage after that.
Well, that depends. Does she have... Is she half the woman... Are you half the woman that she is? And does she have half the brain that you do? That's the question that you need to ask yourself.
And they just busted out an impactful maneuver. She re-enters the ring.
But you're only half the woman I am! And I have half the brain that you do!
Defenses are sharp in this series of reversals.
Okay, but that actually does sound like something that like Psycho Sally would say in a promo.
How much speed kills. And set right into the corner.
That's part of like the weird placebos that people are giving her backstage. Man, nice!
Psycho Sally.
Very Scott Steiner, LMAO. I was gonna say that was said during a promo between Psycho Sid and Scott Steiner in WCW, but I'm pretty sure that was with Sid and Nash. Whoa! What the? No! I wanted to do something cool there, but I couldn't. No. Oh boy. This one might actually be kind of tough because we're just getting a bunch of body damage and Sally's not doing much of anything, really. Alright, surfboard stretch. Wait, no. Okay, never mind. Just go out there and, well, you know. As long as no one has 133 and 2/3 chance of winning at sacrifice, then you're good. Okay. It's time for big nerd speak, okay? I really, really wish that I had, like, the snot nose. Okay, hold on. Hold on. I'm just gonna pull this guy up while I'm speaking, okay? I want you to envision... Hold on. While I'm talking, okay? While I'm talking here. I don't want you to envision me. I want you to envision... this kid, okay? Well, you see, the promo isn't actually 133 and 2/3 chance of, no. It isn't 133 and 1/3 chance of winning at sacrifice. It's 141 and 2/3 chance of winning at sacrifice. And then he finishes it up by saying, Senor Joe, the numbers don't lie. And they spell disaster for you at sacrifice. Maybe before you do your jokes, you make sure that the jokes are correct, because when you don't, it makes you look like that you don't know what you're talking about. Anyways. No, it's fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Is that from Zelda? Yes, it is from Zelda. Unfollows, leaves. No, Mew, you just got here. You just got here. You know how you always say Scott Steiner has the hookup? Well, Petey Williams is the one you need to look up. God, I miss Petey. I miss Petey Williams too. Isn't he like a producer in WWE now? All right, anyways, we got to get back to it. That was a fun little aside, but we got to get back to it. I'm marking that and sending that to Jada. There. I believe so, yeah. Speaking of music, can you hear my music right now, chat? No, you can't. You can't hear my music. Hold on. Okay, there you go. I like to play music during my matches. What the? I feel like playing music, especially during the wrestling games, adds a lot. Cover! One! No! One count! What are Psycho's moves? Okay, Cyclone Kick and Spanish Fly. I need the New Jack style to come back where we just have a brawl-in ring while the Unhinged Lunatics music loops loops on the PA. We kind of get that on pay-per-views sometimes in AEW, because there'll be times on pay-per-view, especially like during matches with like Jon Moxley and Bryan Danielson, where like their entrance music will just keep playing for a while. Like I remember during Danielson's final match, when it started, the final countdown just kept playing. Yeah, Stadium Stampede was raw as hell. The image of Kingston coming out all bloodied with a fucking... Oh, shit. Oh, no, we need to... No! One! Holy crap! We're giving so much more to Roxanne Perez. Bedtime for us. Good night, Steph. Good night, chat. Good night, Patch. Good night, Patch. I miss Eddie so much, dude. I miss him too. I miss Eddie Kingston more than I miss most people in my life. Okay. Okay, that's not true. I tried to say goodnight in VC, but you were muted. Wait, are you watching my thing in stream? Oh, you're watching football with me in the background. That's all good. That's all good. It's been fine. I've been lurking, but I feel compelled to say this. Say it. I miss Eddie Kingston. Can everyone in chat just say I miss Eddie Kingston? And then I'll send this to Eddie Kingston, and I'll see if I get a reply from Eddie Kingston. I miss Eddie Kingston so much. Everyone type I miss Eddie Kingston in chat right now, please, for me. Begging on my hands and knees for the impossible. It may be a stretch, but it'll be worth it. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Carly Prime. He's only on the old Instagram right now, yeah. Well, I can listen. I will make an account on Instagram and then send that to him, and then that will be it. That'll be the only, like, thing on Instagram I do.
Carly, it's been a minute. What's going on, girl?
But yeah, like, the image of, like, Eddie Kingston walking down the ramp with a gas canister covered in, like, blood and sweat and, you know, a gunk and garm. It's, like, forever etched into my brain. There is nothing more raw in wrestling than that. Monday Night Raw was never this fucking raw.
I'm doing good, but not half as good as you. You're on a tear, Sally.
2 matches isn't exactly Taker's WrestleMania streak, but I've been feeling pretty damn good about myself. You know, every veteran I get in there with gives me a little hazing, but I still manage to win.
Hazing? What kind of hazing?
Well, Blair engaged in energy bar sabotage, and I'm pretty sure Roxanne Perez loaded up my backpack with rocks when I wasn't looking. Only found them there after I beat her. My back was shot for my match with her.
Well, that's why we were so fatigued. Wow. The thing about Jericho, though, is that once upon a time, even in the beginning of, you know, Dynamite, he was like legitimately good. But like the past couple of years have like seriously just like dampened him a lot, you know? I am more than a little concerned that people will start saying that he was never good. I will vehemently disagree with that. But I will say that his recent stuff has not been great. He was a great launch point for the company. He can head to the retirement home now. That's essentially it, yeah. I think that AEW has really, like, outgrown him, especially, like, with the current storyline. What role does he have other than, like, mid-card fodder, you know? No, I may despise that man, but he has had many good runs in pro wrestling. He has, yeah. And he was a great first world champion, you know? He gave that company credibility when it started out, you know? And that's what they needed. Like, they needed someone like Jericho as kind of like the beachhead for their world champion. Because up until that point, people still loved Jericho, and he was well respected amongst fans, you know? And he was like a big mainstream star that, like, you know, he's no John Cena, but if you showed them to like a normie, then they will probably be able to be like, oh, Chris Jericho. Like, I literally showed a match to my dad from like 2021. It was like the Blood and Guts match between the Jericho Appreciation Society and the Blackpool Combat Club. I showed that to my dad, and my dad was like, man, Chris Jericho still wrestles? And I told him, yeah, he does. And I'm just like, and he still does it, like, you know, at a relatively, you know, decent level. So yeah. His AEW World Title run kicks the shit out of his run with the WWE Undisputed title. It does, yeah. Although most things kick the shit out of it. This new Ring of Honor World Title run will kick the shit out of that. I can guarantee you that. And like, at this point, Jericho is way over the hill. Carly Prime's VA is also the new voice for Yoruichi. Listen, I'm sorry. I can't. How do you say it? Yoruichi Shihoen. I need Duolingo back. I need to get back on my Duolingo. I'm usually good at pronouncing Japanese names, but tonight I'm not because the cat's got my tongue. Yoruichi Shihoen. JBL cost Joe Henry in the main event. The main event match tonight. Oh yeah, tonight was Bound for Glory, wasn't it? It's Yoruichi. Got it. Okay, thank you. Thank you, chat.
Did you not look in your exceptionally heavy bag?
I was in the zone.
Look, that doesn't sound very much like Roxanne to me. But I did notice Fanny hanging out awful close to your locker while you were in catering. You sure it wasn't her?
No way! Fanny and I are like two peas in a pod. We're both excited and so positive. People like us stick together.
Do they? Maybe how much you're alike is the problem, Sally.
Uh-oh.
Fanny might feel threatened.
Don't talk ill about our lesbian GF for JavaCrypt, okay? Don't talk ill about Fanny Fan.
Wow. No way. That's amazing! She thinks I'm threatening?
I love her so much, chat. Why isn't she the pro tag? Alright. No. Fanny Fan, say it ain't so. Please.
Hello, Fanny. Sally! Huge congrats on your win over Roxanne. Tremendous. Awesome.
No! Come on, dude!
Thanks, Fanny. Seriously, I owe a ton of my success to you.
Come on! You gotta be kidding me! No! Oh wait, hold on. I knew I was forgetting something, chat. There you go. I knew something looked off.
What do you mean?
The candy bars. The rocks in my backpack. That was all you.
How dare you accuse me?
No, come on!
Fanny, I'm the good guy around here.
Yeah, you're supposed to be.
You know what, Fanny? You really are. You piled on the adversity. Sugar coma, burning quads. I can't even imagine what's next. You're so much the good guy, you prepared me to overcome it all.
You're supposed to be my friend! You were the chosen one!
No! I wasn't helping you. You weren't supposed to overcome. You were supposed to lose.
No, come on.
One charmingly enthusiastic ingenue in NXT, and that's me.
What? No! You don't feel threatened over the friggin' bullying and hazing, do you? Come on! No! No!
Oh. Do you know what this means?
It means we're going to have a damn match.
I mean, yeah. But also... Oh my goodness! I'm in my very first feud!
My god, I love her.
We are not in a feud.
We totally are! You're my nemesis!
Sax, we gotta take her out back. I'm sorry, but we gotta do it. Looks into the camera. What a mark.
No, I'm not.
This is so cool! When do we fight?
Whatever. I'll see you out there.
Sax, I'm sorry, but you know what I must do. This is the second time our pro tags have been betrayed by Vanny. The first one was when she went with someone else, wasn't it? I can't believe it, chat. We gotta do it. We gotta put her down, chat. We gotta put old Fanny Fan down. Maybe it should be over between us and Fanny. I think you're right. We have to deal with her. I'm sorry, but we gotta deal with her, chat.
Get ready for the
We need to move on. We need to move into a new chapter. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. First you betray Java Crypt, now you betray Psycho Sally. The workhorse and the Tism Queen.
The moment this match was announced, the WWE Universe has expected a classic. I think it is destined to deliver.
You gotta do it, chat. We're gonna go on there, we're gonna put on an 8-minute clinic with Fanny Fan. Alright, here we go.
She's been training for this.
Why is she called Fanny? She ain't got one on her.
Here tonight.
What do I care about seeing your dirty old Fanny? Oh my gosh. Okay, here we go, chat. This right here. This right here's the music where we fucking lock in. Bowser's Inside Story type beat. That's right, butt jokes. Attempt to defeat her! Chat, we can lose this! Yeah, Botchamania! Her 2 out of her first 3 matches in NXT, Psycho Sally just like eats shit on the canvas. Come on. WrestleMania, that's right, butt jokes. WrestleMania, listen. Listen, over here in the Longboi Club, we enjoy our fair share of pointing at them butts, tits, and asses, and dicks, and laughing at them. Alright, here we go. Woo! Woo! Come on. Come on. Man, Fanny Fan's not getting anything in. Was she ever anything to begin with? Sax, I'm thinking that Fanny Fan was never really anything to begin with. You know? Oh, hey, hello. Come on. Alright, we gotta get back in the ring. I love tits, they're my favorite type of bird. Good. I'm more a fan of Cardinals myself. I can't believe she's done this. I can't believe it either. Come on. Middle of the ring. Pin! Pinner! Really? Okay. Nice. The blue foot variety. Oh, bicycle kick. Rather cyclone kick. There you go. I can't believe she's done this. She ain't shit, chat. Come on. Just try and get one over on me. Do something, anything. Put a move in. Show us why you were Java Crips Bay.
Round and round we go. Tilt-a-whirl head scissors.
You may have been our Bay at one point, but now you're just lame. Man. Okay. Okay. That's it. Come on. Spanish fly. Really? Oh, I'm a fan of boobies, the Bluefoot variety. Sax, you pinned that? Wow, that was shit. Good riddance. Good riddance to Fanny Fan. We don't need her. We never did, Sax. She was a treacherous snake the whole time. I made it, chat. I made it. Oh, you made it all right. How much time do you have this pin for? I mean, keep it. Keep it there. Keep it there. Keep it there. It's all good. Slade? You're from last year. No, I don't want to do shit with Carmella. I don't want to do anything with Carmella, dude. I don't wanna. No, I don't want to do it. Kat, did you watch this week's NXT? I'm in a vicious, violent feud. I did see. It's perfect booking too. Fanny's like your dark mirror, or you're hers. TBD, pun intended. But she's Fabulous. Yeah, she's fabulously mid. She is Fabulous mid. Not on Gina's level. Alright? Not on Gina's level. And I'm tired of pretending that she is. How much more do I need in order to... In the event that we're in another submission match, I need to make sure that we have good enough submission. Because if we don't, then we're gonna get our ass beat. I won that one against Chelsea Green by the skin of my teeth. I was, like, convinced that I just, like, mechanically locked myself beyond, you know, being able to fucking, keep playing. But no, speaking of keep playing, I need to stop playing for a second because I need to take a break, okay? I gotta take a break, chat. It's only gonna be like 8 minutes so I can get up and stretch. Logan Paul gets into another feud in WWE. His opponent should force feed Logan Paul the moldy cheese from his own lunchly meal. Yeah, you're right. She may be fabulous, but she ain't on Gina's level. Still could be worse. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It could also be better. No, I have nothing against Carmella. I have nothing against Carmella. I'm sure she's fine. I'm sure that she's okay. Anyways, I gotta take a break, chat. We'll be back in like 8 minutes, okay? See you in a bit. I'm gonna run an ad while we do it.
Dudes. On them. Excuse me. Dude.
Still not over it, chat. I'm still not over the fact that we had to put old Mealy Fanny Fan down. But life goes on. We must go on. Maybe she'll go on. I don't know. That was a pretty savage loss. That's beyond our control at this point. Anyways, hi everyone. Welcome back to tonight's Longboi Club meeting. We gotta go do tag stuff with Carmella.
It's so amazing that I get to be part of your WWE story. You're welcome.
Excuse me?
Your debut was fire. And you followed
I
up
love
with
how,
a
like,
match and
Gina's head is always cut off.
You're blowing up and I want in. So, I'm gonna be your tag team partner.
I don't think I'm interested. Sorry.
Huh. That's too bad, because I talked to Troy and he was really into it and said he would set up a match for us.
That doesn't make me more interested, Carmella.
Regardless, if a WWE producer says it's happening...
Fine. Fine, you know what? Screw it. Let's do it.
Decided you're ready to blow the top off this place and team up with me?
These are some crazy line reads.
Besides, I know you'll wear me down sooner or later anyway.
That's the spirit. I'll tell Troy we're ready to go.
What the heck is that? Oh boy. Are we gonna have, like, custom gear? Are we gonna have, like, a custom fucking tag gear? Because if we do, then that will sell negative copies. I'm excited.
Commanding the ring and forging her path. The captain.
Alright, here we go. Give me something to... Give me something to be excited over. Let's do it. Same place as her brother.
To WWE superstar, Cap is always ready for action.
Yeah, this isn't some smoke-filled bingo hall, Saxton. It's WWE. If the so-called captain wants to prove herself here, she's got to do it in the ring.
All right, here we... What the fuck? Here we go. When was the last time that Carmella wrestled?
She has gone from fabulous.
I know that her and Corey Graves had a child.
She calls herself the most beautiful woman in all of WWE.
All right, who are our opponents? That's the question.
Byron, time to put your hair up and square up. Well, you don't have any hair, but you get the point.
And from Shamrock, New Jersey.
Wait, are we gonna like get one of her current like partners as as like, you know, her tag partner in this? Oh no. No. Absolutely not. Is Tamina still in WWE? The air is sucked out. Hold on.
So close so many times to title glory in WWE for over a decade.
She has come so close. hasn't she?
One half of the women's tag team champions alongside a fellow veteran, Natalya.
Oh, she was women's tag team champion at one point, wasn't she? She was also 24/7 champion 9 times. I want like a combined minutes reign for like all of these 24/7 title wins. I know that the title was literally thrown away in the trash, but I'm still curious. Let me see. Is she still there? She was removed from WWE's active roster in July 2024. And the March 3 tapings with Michin would be the final televised appearance of her in WWE. Okay. Huh. Wait, hold on. Tamina was used sporadically on main event tapings in 2023, losing to Michin on the March 3rd taping and what would be her final appearance with the WWE. She was removed from the active main roster in July 2024. Okay. So, like, she probably isn't really doing this anymore. Yeah, she retired in 2023. This came out in 2024. What is she still doing on the active roster? Here. That's crazy. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna go ahead and put on some new music here. Hold on. Let's do Wild Pokemon. This feels like a Wild Pokemon type match. Cool. Alright, let's see here. You know what? I'm just gonna make short work of this. I'm making short work of these guys. 3, 4, 5. We're doing the Sheamus stuff this early on. Wow. Great. We're gonna show that we don't need a tag partner. We can just do this on our own. Gina's only concerned with singles gold and with singles competition. We don't really need tag stuff. The only reason we're doing the tag stuff to begin with is because we were practically forced into it. So we're just gonna make the most out of it. Use it to put ourselves over. Brother. Oh yeah, that's right. Gina's much more Hulk Hogan than you would think. Yeah! It connects! Hell yeah, brother. Brother. Nice. Get back in the ring.
She has to start returning fire fast. Quick takedown there.
I don't know what the commentary team was like talking about when they said when they said that Tamina's been close to like a WWE singles gold so many times and hasn't won it. She has. She don't you read Wikipedia? She won the 24/7 title 9 separate times. She's fucking decorated, okay? Why would you insinuate anything else? Oh boy. Alright, the plan of putting ourselves over isn't exactly going as planned. We gotta get out of the corner and stop eating so much shit. Cool, great. Four big meaty women slapping me. Oh wait, no, I don't think that the exchange of blows is available in singles matches. GTS. Count it, ref. 1, 2, 3. Wow! That was a main event finish. Crazy. Didn't tag in Chelsea Green once. Doing all the work. As she should.
And she turned us down, Saxton. The WWE Universe might not remember that, but some of us are not going to let her forget.
Absolute dead weight is Carmella. Just give her both the tag straps, Samoa Joe style. She is the tag team champions. Teaming with Carmella? Really? Isn't she a little all about herself? Hey, you're the one who told me to say yes to the adventure, remember? Give it a chance. Ugh. And besides, if she's all about herself, by extension, she's all about our tag team together. Potentially annoying. But ultimately win-win. Shrug yourself. Kiss face. Carmella and Troy. Is that official merch?
What do you think of the shirt? Stunning, right?
What is that?
Pretty weird that you don't recognize your own shirt.
An improved version of her own shirt. Thank you very much. You made such a splash by wearing it in your debut, I thought we could both wear it.
So you improved it by bedazzling it?
The bedazzling has added meaning too. We'll be the totally beautiful duo. Because you're known for TBD, I'm known for being totally beautiful, and we're a duo. It's perfect.
It's something.
I'm not gonna lie, between
Don't worry. We had one made
chat, between the gear that we have,
WWE shop by next week.
Honestly, bestie, I'm so confused by your reaction. Why are you not loving this?
she looks so imposing. We are going to beat you to death. I don't like that you didn't ask me.
Honestly, I don't like that you didn't ask me. TBD is my history, not yours. I'm not okay with this.
Wow, that's pretty dramatic.
It's all about communication, you know?
You wore a TBD shirt in your debut. You clearly wanted more people to know about it, and this will do exactly that.
It's not the same.
No, it's not. Now you're a WWE superstar under contract. And the merch team is all in on this, so wear the shirt and be a tag team. Walk out together, okay?
Fine.
Oh, and we also thought it would be great if Carmella got the pin in your match tonight. It'll go a long way in establishing you guys.
I'm not sure I can promise that.
Of course you can. Gotta run. Thanks for being such a good sport.
See you out there, bestie.
All right, here we go. Okay, so I was gonna say that the gear that that Gina has, especially like with the leopard print on her on her top, and the bedazzling like with the jewels and stuff. It honestly makes this team a better fit than you'd think. It makes it look like they have like semi-matching gear, you know? Tonight, the totally beautiful duo at Carmella and at Gina will take on Roxanne and Cora Jade on Raw. The totally beautiful duo is a gorgeous wrecking ball of victory that cannot be stopped. I can't wait to work together, but also independently with my friend Carmella, who I team with sometimes when it's convenient. If I didn't know better, I'd say that Gina and Carmella aren't on the same page. Well, you know, listen, we got matching ring gear. We're walking out together. One of them is like a tiger, the other one is a giraffe. They're both like jungle animals. It's close enough. It's close enough, you know? I would say it's close enough.
Team TBD is ready for action. action.
Oh my god, she looks like that she's about to deadlift you.
On the way to the ring,
No, come on, look at this.
Totally beautiful.
She literally looks like that she's about to, like... She literally looks like she's walking out to, like, make a protein shake.
I think they have real potential, especially with Cap leading the way.
Also, where's her ears? Where's her gear? Where's her anything? Not only did we have to, like, sacrifice, you know, our licensing, but we also need to sacrifice our gear? We don't even have our ears anymore. Those got stolen from us. We have nothing anymore, chat. We used to have so much in this life, but now even that's gone. We used to have so much going for us. All right, Cora Jade, let's go.
Has begun. I don't think it'll ever end.
and their opponents first.
Nah, I know your game. And Raquel, I already beat you a couple times, right? Oh wait, no, that's Roxanne Perez. Sorry, oops.
See how that translates into the ring.
I keep mixing up Raquel with Roxanne with 3 combos. As Cap hit Cora or Roxanne with 3 combos. So wait, Roxanne... Wait, did Roxanne get called up to the main roster and and had that match with a Psycho Sally? That way she could look at the lights on her way out? If so, that's insane. But I can dig that. I can dig it. I can fucks with that.
Oh, Jade with good timing on the reversal.
Inverted face lock into an elbow drop.
I have a feeling that we're gonna go into a cutscene, chat. I don't think that this is, I don't think that we're meant to win this guy. Yeah, like, look at this. Like, look at this right here. Man, okay.
And with an onslaught of strikes like that, it's clear they have nothing but punishment on their mind.
I mean, listen. Without our gear, without the thing that makes us us, we're gonna suck. That's just how it is. Alright, let's try it. Let's try to win. Or rather, let's try to get to the cutscene. As Cap hit Roxanne or Cora Jade with your finisher. I love just punching them. I love the visual of them just falling to the ground after you punch them. It adds a lot. It adds a lot to the character. Nice.
Nasty kick. She's set back in under the ropes.
Okay, let's do it. Oh, nice. Nice. Get up. Oh wait, no. I do not need to do that yet. Hold on. Nice. Cool. As Carmella win the match by pinfall. Alright, hold on.
Jade needs to find a trick in her playbook now.
Oh, shit, sorry. There you go. Nice. Cool.
Now's her chance to get back into this match. Jade saw that coming.
Man. Freaking Cora Jade is actually like reversing my stuff. Jeez. She's actually good. Alright, let's try it. Let's try this. 1, 2, 3. Cool. Hold on, was that good? Okay, cool. Good, we got it. Yeah, exactly. After Gina did all the work, she got the pinfall win. It's literally like a Christian Cage move, you know? And where Luchasaurus will come in, he'll lay them out. And Christian will force him to make a tag so that he can get the pin himself. Okay, that is definitely not what I meant by saying yes to the adventure. Yeah, I know. I'm surprised you went along with it. You've always been so protective of TBD. I was backed into a corner. I personally love rhinestones, but when people think TBD, I want them to think of our people and what we've built, not Carmella. You're right, I need to put my foot down, regardless of how totally beautiful our duo is. Alright, let's go and put our big spotted foot down. Is TBD Wrestling rebranding? Weird pivot, but the TBD hashtag is still with pictures of Carmella on my feed.
What a fantastic victory for TBD.
For you, mostly. Listen, I was pulled into this partnership against my will in the first place. I'm not really looking for a permanent situation.
You're not?
No, especially not if it means using the TBD logo like this.
Oh. Well, no worries. That's not a problem at all.
It's not?
Of course not. I can just as easily repurpose TBD to mean totally beautiful dame or something. And you don't have to team with me or wear the shirt. Hey, by the way, do you think it's okay to say dame if I'm using it myself, or does that get into a weird space?
I don't think you're getting it, Carmella.
Fine, I'll figure out another D word that means a fabulous single lady competitor. Dish? Doll? Diva? Maybe not diva.
No, I'm not gonna let the shirt of a company I've built from the ground up be stolen by a self-obsessed clout vampire who only wanted to team up with me to hitch her wagon of mine.
Wow, getting a bit heated there, bestie. Well, if that's how you really feel...
It is.
Then we can have a match for the right to wear the t-shirt.
No, it's not yours to even claim to have the right.
Maybe not, but I'm pretty sure Troy likes my version. And rights or not, I can always just keep wearing the shirt regardless. I'll see you in the ring.
Alright, let's go squash her. Let's go and squash her, and then we'll probably change over to Cookie Clicker. Trouble in Paradise. Gina confronts at Carmella for the very soul of TBD. Next week on Raw. What's this now? Call me Gina. Oh boy, okay. Well, listen. Carmella's a piece of cake. Ashley! What's up? Welcome to tonight's Longboi Club meeting. It's been a while since I've seen really most people, like I said. But here we go. We're fighting for the rights of the promotion that we came from. And we're gonna squash Carmella in order to do it. Alright, time me, chat. 2 minutes.
It was like a tag team relationship speed run. But now who will walk away with control of their team name?
Until this match concludes, I guess the answer to that is TBD. Ouch!
It's almost time for 120 seconds.
Nope.
Cheetos break, my dudes.
No. I have it set for 90 seconds.
Vice-like grip on the trapezius muscle.
Nice. Nice. She's like 7 feet tall. 700 more like. Literally everyone on the roster that looks like a child can her. Sorry, Emma, looks like a child compared to her. Every single person on the roster looks like a child compared to her. Also, hey Ashley, it's been a while. How are you doing? How the heck are you doing? It's been a while since we've been on stream. Rather, it's been a while since we've like consistently streamed. No.
Turns it right around with a counter. Oh my gosh! Carmella perhaps realizing there that she's not as untouchable as she claimed. Yeah, but too soon to be worried. What a barrage of stomps. You can feel the resentment building with each stomp there.
Come on. Nice. Running power slam. Cool. All right, Chad. I'm not beating this in 2 minutes. One more. Running power slam.
Systematically worked on. I don't think people realize the amount of strength it takes to hurl someone like that. Goes into the pin.
Cover. One. No. A one again. Rather, no. That was one the first time. Come on, let's go. Nice. I really want this to be a squash. She's more ripped than Jade Cargill. She could beat the shit out of Jade Cargill. I almost want to buy the DLC that Jade is in just to see how like she compares size-wise to Gina. You're not gonna beat Gina in a striking match. No! Pop handle slam! Come on! You don't have arms long enough to box with God? Absolutely not. Great. Dominant. Complete dominance. That was the exact thing that she needed in order to reestablish herself after that weird tag run and the match with Raquel Rodriguez.
Well, it's one thing to lead a bunch of freaks fighting in warehouse.
Exactly the thing she needed. Back on top. Just as it should be. Back on top, back to her winning ways, just as it should be. I never wanted to be Gina's partner in the first place. She can have TBD. The only letters I'll be wearing are CARMELLA and maybe the occasional dollar sign. Cool. Well, you know, listen. Gina's more money than that anyways. We didn't need you. We have our own road to walk. Say grappling's probably where we need to go to. There you go. Let's see what this next one is, or rather, let's see what's over here real quick. What's up, Justine?
How do you feel about a ridiculously long drive?
Hey, Justine.
It's almost time for a
ambivalent.
20 seconds Cheetos break, my dude.
Well, I feel like I gotta play a little more now.
What if I said the magic words? Mileage reimbursement.
You had my interest. Now, you have my undivided attention.
Corey, I'm not so sure about those spots. Shut up, Cole.
There's a live event tonight, and Wendy Chu's scheduled opponent is stuck in the Detroit airport. Any chance you can step down from the lofty heights of televised wrestling to help a WWE legend, me, out?
I'm in. Honestly, it'll be nice to get back to my roots at a live event. No TV cameras, doing it just for the fans.
Right on.
Hey, since I don't have to worry about TV time, how about letting me spice up the match with Wendy?
What are you thinking?
No holds barred. Yeah.
Let loose with a no holds barred match.
Fine.
We gotta go back to the indie roots.
Little safe. Regal will kill me if you can't work Raw on Monday.
All right. Live event time, baby. But the entrances will be done in restaurant quality picture-in-picture. I feel like Gina would bring a bat with nails in it. She absolutely would, though. We'll go ahead and skip the entrances real quick. We'll just get it. We'll get the match started with real quick. First, I'm like waiting for like the ads to start. I'm waiting for like the ads to start up here because I don't want to start this and then it's just like, you know, completely just.
It's break
just
time.
Interrupted. There you
Where
go.
the heck's the Cheetos, my dudes?
We still got the Gitsy Raw rolls on after this.
And now we're going to power
Oh my
up
god, we gotta
Virtual
sit
Boy.
through a
Virtual Boy has three major
fucking demo of
the stand, the head unit, and the
George
The stand
just
is
tried to
flat
power on a
flat.
Virtual
So
Boy.
you want to take the stand,
I'll be back in a sec. I
spread
need to
it
get
open,
water.
and then set it firmly on the table with the feet facing forward for support. The head unit has got to be connected with the controller. So insert the controller into the spot on the head unit, and you're ready to go. Now, take your head unit, place it into the support bracket. You want to be very careful and do it gently from the back. So you tilt it in first, then push it down. There's a little spring in the back here that you can push down to open up the support bracket so it doesn't go in tightly. Release the spring, and then gently tighten it up with a tension control knob here on the side. Once you feel tension, just turn it slightly upwards until it catches. You don't need a lot of tension here. It just needs to support itself. The next thing you want to do is load in your batteries. Your batteries are in the controller on the front panel. Press the panel down, gently push it up, and your batteries will load into the slot here, 3 up and 3 down. Push it down, click it in place, and then you're ready to go. The final thing is to put your game cartridge into place. The game cartridge goes into the slot underneath the Virtual Boy.
Om
Now,
nom
you have to
nom.
be careful
Oh,
when you
excuse
push
me,
the
we're
game
back, my
cartridge in.
dudes.
You want to make sure that it connects firmly all the way in the back, because if it doesn't connect properly, when you turn it on, you won't get anything. So you want to make sure that the game cartridge is in
Yes,
place
actual
properly.
rocket
So when you
science.
turn it on, you hear it. Virtual Boy does not have a video output port because it would only send out the signal of one of the layers of the 3D graphics. Remember, the images of Virtual Boy are created by your eyes. which
And even
combines
back in the day, the Virtual
separately
Boy stuff
projected
looked weird.
LED images from both sides. What we're showing you here is some exclusive footage of some of the upcoming
Exclusive
Virtual Boy
footage.
games. We obtained this footage with our cameras at E3, so please be aware that the images captured here do not in any way recreate the actual three-dimensional elements of the game's graphics and gameplay. So far, we've played Mario's Tennis, Galactic Pinball, Red Alarm, and Tolero Boxer, so stick around and see
Tolero
our
Boxer.
ratings on all these games and more.
We'll go ahead and do this match, and then we'll switch over to Cookie Clicker, where I'll talk a little bit about things that have been happening. Because I got a few things that I want to talk about. First, we gotta get through Wendy Chu. There's no other alarm than red in Virtual Boy. Well, there's also black. There's black alarm. Hardcore match time. Now. Hockey stick. Immediately, she just gets the weapon. What the? Just the other alarm red in Virtual Boy. Yes. You're very right on that. Oh! Here we go. What? No! You can't just deny them their pops. You cannot just deny them their pops. Yes. Also, you said that you felt like that she would bring a spiked bat to the ring with her. You may be right, but honestly, we've seen a few hardcore matches with her in the past. She's more of a flaming table person, as you will see here in a second. Can we ignite it? How do we ignite the table? How do we ignite the table? That's my question. Triangle? Is it X? Is it X? It is not X. The Kenyan Killer, Gina. That's actually incredible. I'm a big fan of the Kenyan Killer, not gonna lie. I am a gigantic fan of the Kenyan Killer. Oh no, but she's not fixing to take that table bump, Al. Oh no. Ah! That was so close. Are you kidding me? No. No. We need to actually use the gimmick here. Oh no. Oh no. No! 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 The strength of Wendy Chu! Wow! Holy shit! And that still wasn't enough to take her down. Ooh! Hello. Ooh! What the heck? Even after the table bump, she was able to dodge on the outside. Wow. The strength of both of these women is unmatched. No. Don't laugh. Quit fucking corpsing on the house show. Ugh. Quit your house show corpsing, Wendy. No. What's she going for, chat? What's she going for? She's going for another table. She's going for another table. This time, she wants to do something new with it. One husky boy. Thank you very much for following. You're now a member of the Longboi Club for life. Hello there. How are you doing tonight? Oh, just a second. Did she learn her lesson? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure not. Otherwise, why would she be doing this again, you know? Otherwise, why would she be doing this? Is the question. Attempt to defeat Wendy Chu. Now, you know what? We're gonna get that back. There you go. Done.
Hello, Mario.
1, 2. I play this game religiously, though I am staying the fuff away from my faction. I am the same. I do not care much for my faction. I accidentally went in there today and it started opening up card packs against my will, pretty much. It does like that thing that like a lot of those games do, right? And where like it will just like waste your time a lot before it like reveals the big card to you. And I'm just not about that, you know? I just think that's really annoying and obnoxious. Spinning power bomb, let's do it. I hope it doesn't come back in 2K25. It absolutely will. It's like the only thing that they actively put any effort into. Post-launch. Because there's a few people in there, I can almost guarantee you, that spend copious amounts of money on that. Going to the pay window. That's what you do. I mean, Gina's a little more about the love of the game. But, you know, she's,
What in the hell was that supposed to be?
she almost get paid like anyone else.
What are you talking about?
Your match with Wendy. I let you pick the match type, but injure my wrestler so she can't work TV this week was not supposed to be an option. I have to completely rework my plan for the next NXT.
Uh-oh. Not my fault she couldn't keep up.
This isn't a spin class, Justine. If she's injured, it's not my fault she couldn't keep up with an elite performer like me.
Exactly.
Oh, you're
Talk your shit.
Performer now? You've been in WWE.
She's all elite, baby.
As far as I'm concerned, you're an indie darling with some buzz who's so concerned with making a splash, she doesn't know how to be smart in the ring. This isn't TBD.
What the hell is that supposed to mean?
It means the jumping off of things at an outlaw mud show is not the same thing as knowing fundamentals.
Wow.
I know my fundamentals just fine, Justine.
Do you? Then you will deeply enjoy your next match, which will be against Tamina at the Performance Center.
Really? Tamina, huh?
All
okay.
rope moves are banned. Fundamentals.
Okay, buddy.
I can't go to the PC. I have commitments to Raw.
We can fucks with that, I guess.
After I sent Regal the live show report, you do not. You're not getting another match on Raw until I sign off.
Alrighty. But other than that, I have so many CAWs in my library. I also have quite a few of them. I'm a bit of a dork about them. I'm a tiny bit of a dork about them, as you will probably see, if I ever showed you them. As if Gina needs to go to the top ropes. She doesn't need to do anything. Hold on just a second. Let's go ahead and pull up Mario RPG here. Defeat Tamina with no top rope moves allowed. I don't know, Justine. It just kind of sounds like that Wendy Chu's a little washed, you know? It sounded like that she's just a little bit washed. Especially if you're throwing Tamina at me. Come on now. Did you see how... Do you see how much I bodied her earlier? Yeah, I went and joined the Discord. Yes, DOScord, not Discord. Why do you call it DOScord? Is there a reason behind that? Like, look at this complete domination here. Because reasons. Or maybe it's because you did a mistype and you're just keeping with it. Thank you. Thank you for joining the Discord. Really, really appreciate it, my friend. Tamina used the top rope for a weapon. Apparently. I love how we're doing the exchange of blows here in the Performance Center when no one's watching. It's great. It's fantastic. Yes, if you read the chat, you will... Either if you read the rules, you will know that someone will make sure that they give you the verified role once they can, if you are at least 18 years old. When I click the check icon, when I click the check icon, it's only highlighted for a few seconds. It gives you a role. It gives you a role in there that tells the mods that you read the rules. A mod will give you a verification here once we can. Yeah, that's that's kind of like a security thing in case, you know, God forbid, but in case we get, you know, like, sort of like a hate raid or something, then we're equipped to sort of deal with it before shit really stirs, you know? Oh, come on, no! Nah, Tamina. Tamina? Nah! Nah! I'm gonna do my own thing. There. Counter ref. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, exactly. Good thing you retired before you faced Gina. One of the causes I'm really proud of is Johnny Cannon, aka the Harbinger of Violence. She looks so much not like Tamina, it's hard to recognize her. You think so? Oh yeah, that's right, I need to stop the music.
Look at that skilled wrestler.
Yeah!
Real nice sarcasm, Justine. I told you I didn't need to fly to win. I just enjoy it. So does the crowd.
Yeah, because, like, you're big, you know? You're big, and when you get on the rope, it's really, really cool.
No sarcasm at all. I know you can wrestle, but I wasn't sure if you still did. Throwing yourself without thinking it through is how people get hurt.
She barely does it. Why do we have this storyline?
I feel so mentored. Thank you for your wisdom, O great oracle of the craft.
Great. Another 6 or 7 weeks here and I can send you back to Raw.
What? I'm not being held hostage in Orlando by you. I know the basics, Justine. I just don't always choose to use them. I'm sorry, I have more tools at my disposal than you had back in your day.
Wow!
Back in my day? You sure have a lot to say on this. Hope you have the goods to back it up against me.
Bimble. I like Bimble. It's a good one.
Are you challenging me to a match?
6 weeks drilling drop downs and running the ropes, or 1 match with a legend under your own TBD rules. Your call.
If you wanted to go, why didn't you just ask?
Forget it, Cap. It's wrestling.
Cool. Well, you know what? We got this shit. We got this bullshit. Let's get it. Let's get it in there. Let's get it. And another house show. Gonna take it on at another house show. We didn't need the training. We don't need it now. I'm gonna put you through a table and then we're gonna go back to Raw. Another... No, I don't want to do Bowser this time. I want to do Meta Ridley. Attempt to defeat Justine. I've never seen Gina's full entrance. Can you play it sometime? Yes. In fact, I'll play it after this and then we'll move over to Cookie Clicker. Oh, damn. Okay. Jeez. Okay. Okay. You're cool. You're cool. It's okay. You're cool. Nice. It's like WrestleMania all over again. Wanna know how much Eddie weighs? How much does Bimble weigh? I'll call him Bimble because I like Bimble. It's a fun name. What the? Not even a 1 count. That's insane. You know what? I wasn't going to use any weapons because I wanted to prove a point, but if you say so. Oh, Jesus Christ. Come on, let's go. Let's go. I love throwing the stop sign at them. My God, it's shades of Rainbow Dash. Jeez. Hey, those, listen, those right there are Gina's clubbing blows. You can't have them. Those aren't just yours to take. Okay? Those aren't just yours to take. Much like how this sign isn't just yours to take. Whoa, hello. Nah. Nah. There you go. Also, phew, stinky. Let's see here. 407 pounds, jeez. Alright. If I and just like her brother and Java Crit, Gina misses her running neck breakers every time. Let's try it. Jeez. Reversals after reversal. Nice. That's it. That's all I'm giving you, Justine. That's all the rub you're getting. 2. And she didn't use her. And she didn't use her resiliency. Don't get the table. The CPU's trying so hard. What? Okay, cool. Ah, on the rungs! Ow! On the rungs of the table, Jesus. That is rough. That is tough, dude. Nah. Is Gina his little sister? Yeah. Oh, wow! Dominator! That's nuts! One insane bump. Ah, Justine! She still got that dog in her! She still got that dog in her! From the Java Crit playthrough! So I have a call that is fictional son of the Sandman named Alexander Fullington. I did not know that Sandman's last name was Fullington. No! No! Whoa! Okay, hello. You think that's awesome? Wait until you see this! We're gonna ignite this thing. Come on! Look at me. I'm the captain now. No. No. Someone's got to use the flaming table, dude. Someone's got to use it. Someone has to use the flaming table. It's a house show. You got it. Really? Really now? Did that referee just run in and just say, no flaming table for you? None. None at all. You can't have it. That's not yours to take. Holy fuck. Really? I never had that happen. I never had them just run in and be like, nope, sorry. That is, you're not having that spot. There's some cars I have that were made with a base. Well, yeah, I mean, a lot of cars are made with bases. It's all good. You make your shit. You're stupid, ref, be stupid. The table, no worse for wear. Exactly. Nothing's happened to the table. Nothing happened to the table at all. That's nuts. I'm putting Meta Ridley back on. We need to finish this up. I guess we're just not getting flaming table. No. That was supposed to be a bit redeemed. Oh, take two.
Life.
Hey, thank you. Thank you for the bits, Husky. Really appreciate it. Your contribution to the Longboi Club will not go unnoticed. No. Oh, neck breaker just like her bro. Let's go. Come on, again. The match. Let's do it. All right, here we go. We go up against the flaming table. Finisher. Come on, choke slam through the flaming table. Woo! What? Oh no. Oh my gosh. Ah! Not the face! Not the face! Whew. Okay. Oh no. Slammed into the mat. Anyone that picks up Gina is absolutely nuts. You're not getting your neck breaker. Sorry, that is not your gig. Everyone knows that that's Gira's gig and you just stole it. Fine, you know what? We're just gonna do the Alabama Slammer. You're right. Holy shit, that clipped the back of her head. That's insane.
My
TTS bot's having a bit of a night, guys. Sorry about that. Having a bit of a tough night. Jeez. Pile of tables. Justine be like, that flaming table doesn't work for me, sister. You remember the Dudley boys, yeah? Yes, I do. I mean, I know of them. Didn't watch much of their stuff, though. That was before my time. Alright, cool. Is that just like a little kind of side... Oh, yeah. That was like a little side mission for us to do. The future is in good hands. Congrats, Cap. I'm gonna go ahead and take an ice bath. I love you. I'm sorry. Hey, you're getting 0 credit for my retirement, kid. You had to beat me way worse than that. Also, it's I'm sorry, I love you. Push his glasses up. Anyways, we're gonna do an ad. Actually, we're gonna just go to break right now, okay? We're gonna go to break, and then we are going to start Cookie Clicker, okay? See you guys in a few. Tracy with the Longboys, girls, NBs, and AGs, thank you very much for the raid in. I'm sorry, but we're about to go to break. We're going to break here in just a minute. We'll be back in like 8 minutes, okay? We'll be back in like 8 minutes. But thank you, a dude named Tracy. Thank you for the raid. I really, really, really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. But we'll be back in a few minutes. I'm sorry. Can someone please shout out a dude named Tracy? LMAO, no worries. Someone please shout them out. I would really appreciate it. Anyways, I'll be back.
Hello, Mario.
Hey y'all. Welcome back to tonight's Longboi Club meeting. Thank you to a dude named Tracy for the raid right as we were going into break. I really appreciate that. You are a fucking legend. Really appreciate that from you. The excitement portion of the stream is over. I said last week that one of the things that I would like to try and do a little differently going forward is I wanted to try and, you know, have more segmented kinds of streams, right? So not just like one thing for the entire stream. What the fuck? That is very much doubling over. Give me a second. Okay, we're good now. But no. I wanted to try and kind of segment the streams a little more, right? Well, I wanted to like try and sort of like have, you know, different things throughout the stream, so that like it's not just one thing. We'd essentially have like segments, right? So like the first portion would probably be something like the wrestling we just did, and the second portion would be this, right? So this is kind of me trying out something a little different with it, so that way I can do longer streams once a week without burning myself out. Obviously, I've done some cookie clicker in the past, so this isn't really brand new territory for me, but it is part of kind of the new approach I want to try and take. So with that in mind, I want to talk a little bit about mental health. And just kind of what I've been kind of doing over the past couple months, right? Now, ever since taking my break, I have in fact been learning to become a web developer. That's been going well. Right now I'm on JavaScript. JavaScript's hard as fuck, by the way. I would say that, you know, so far it's probably the most that I've had to pull my hair out when it comes to learning a coding language. I'm not as consistent with it. JavaScript. Yes, I've had to learn JavaScript. Yes. But in that time, lots of things happen within my own life that have caused me to kind of take my own things a little more seriously, right? It's caused me to take things a little more seriously in terms of, shit, I have some outstanding issues, right? Like recently, like I've been diagnosed with inattentive ADHD for the past, sheesh, how many years? Like at least 2 years at this point. And I was recently diagnosed with depression. I was actually diagnosed with it like just this week, and I'm on Zoloft at the moment. This is the first time that I'm trying a medicine like it. You know, me and the doctor are just kind of trial running things at the moment. So far things are going well. I'm hoping that they continue to go well. How's Henry, by the way? He's good. He's very fat now. Ooh. I say very. He is noticeably chubby. He's been well fed, he's been well taken care of. I should feed him some more soft food sometime, though. But no, like, I will say that, you know, for like the next 20 minutes, I'm probably going to be talking about some heavy stuff. Well, heavy stuff in terms of like thematic stuff, right? In terms of like my safety and stuff, I'm okay, you know? But things happen, you know, shit happens in your life sometimes, and sometimes it's by your own hand. And it's those moments where you need to kind of step back and think to yourself, shit, I need to get things together. I need to, you know, look at what I'm facing mentally and take it more seriously. So I've actually picked up therapy again in that time. I've been, again, I'm on a medication to help with my depression. So far, it seems to be going well. We'll kind of see how long that lasts for. And generally, I'm feeling okay. I'm feeling pretty good. But like all this is to kind of say a couple things, right? And one of those things is, you know, I'm sure that like everyone here has experienced some form of mental health issue, right? Whether it's anxiety or depression, some form of ADHD, so on and so forth. And there's nothing wrong with feeling those things, right? These are very, like, difficult modes of being, right? They're nothing to make light of. They're nothing to, you know, especially in severe cases. But I feel like that there's something to be said about knowing that you have the issue and then not doing much to combat it, right? And then letting that interfere into your own personal life. So, like, what I'm trying to get at is it's fine to have the issues, but it's not fine to make them other people's problem, right? And more what I mean by that is you shouldn't make people want to regret helping you, right? When someone reaches out, when someone is sort of taking you in, right? Appreciate them. Appreciate them. Tell them that you appreciate them. Show them that you appreciate them, especially. And then seek help, right? Go and get the help wherever you can. Because it shouldn't just start and end, like, you know, with your group or your crowd, right? I feel like it also should extend to
Hello, Mario.
Lumi with the Longboys, girls,
Hello,
NBs, and
Mario.
AGs. Thank you very much for raiding on in. I'm over here talking about some heavy stuff, so I need to kip up a little bit, huh? Hello, everyone. My name's GIRAFFE. I'm the president of the Longboi Club. The president of the Longboi Club, the very large enjoyer of all things gaming, wrestling, other hyperfixations.
Hello, Mario.
And my stinky cat. Tonight, we are doing some cookie clicker here. We just got done doing some wrestling and whatnot, right? And I'm just kind of over here talking about mental health and kind of, you know, my own personal journey with it so far, and how I got diagnosed with a depression, and how I'm now on Zoloft, so on and so forth. Not like trying to make it like a sad thing, but more so just to say, you know what, I'm doing good, and after a long time of knowing that I've had these things, I'm finally doing something about it, right? As anyone should. If you have problems with depression or anxiety or some other form of mental illness, get help. It's very, be very blunt about it, but, you know, I'm being serious, right? You know, we all have, like, internal dialogue. We all have stories we tell ourselves, especially when you have, like, you know, mental health issues that are not as in check as they probably should be. Well, then you start living out those narratives when you don't realize it, you know? And that can be really damaging. That can be incredibly damaging. That's something that, you know, I've had to learn the hard way a few times throughout my life. So it's really important that when you have problems, or that you know that you have a problem, but you don't quite know what it is, that you reach out. I'm not saying just to friends. I mean, like, reach out to someone that can really help you. you know? Which is not to say that friends can't help you get through tough times, right? But they can help support you. Rather, they can help you through, like, emotional support, right? But I think that there is a difference between support and guidance, right? When you get into the realm of, like, therapy and shit like that, I feel like that's when you start getting into the realm of this person can actually guide me to where I want to be, right? I feel like everyone should want to be in a place where they're more kind of, you know, like, emotionally grounded, where they're a bit more mentally at ease, right? I feel like that's where everyone should want to be. So yeah. That's kind of been, like, the big thing for me, just kind of sort of going back to therapy and getting an official diagnosis on what I have. It's honestly been really freeing. It's made me feel less bad about whenever I feel bad, you know? I mean, obviously I still feel bad sometimes. Feel really bad sometimes. But it just helps to know that... Oh, hold on. It helps to know that it isn't just like, oh, well, you're an asshole. You're a dickhead. It helps. You know? You're someone who is struggling. And you want to do something about it. And I want to say that doing something about it takes a lot of courage. It takes a lot of even, like, self-esteem, honestly, to be able to look yourself in the eye and tell yourself, I deserve to feel better than this, you know? I deserve to have happy and healthy relationships. I deserve to be able to wake up, look at where I am, and tell myself, I'm good, you know? I mean, obviously, you may not be exactly where you want to be, but you can wake up and appreciate where you are. And I feel like I'm kind of at that point, right? There are places that I want to be, there are things I want to achieve, but right now I feel a sense of contentment, right? I appreciate where I am in terms of, you know, content creation, in terms of my family. I'm not content with my work, but that's a whole other thing entirely. But the point is, I'm figuring shit out. You know, I'm figuring it out. Also, can chocolate, like, get up in value already? Aw, Stev. Aw, Baka. What's up?
Spare serotonin, please.
Thank you. Thanks, Baka. Again, like, I don't mean to say any of this to get people down. If I'm getting people down, tell me. Like, genuinely. Tell me. But this is all to say that there's nothing wrong with, like, reaching out. And I feel like that you should reach out when you know that you have an issue, because your problems don't just affect you. Or rather, they don't just have to affect you. They can also affect those around you. And when it affects those around you, it can be very destructive. So it's really important to take the measures that you need to in order to stay grounded, right? Like, personally, I mean, like, again, I've been through therapy, or rather, I am in therapy right now. And I intend to be there for the foreseeable future. For the long term. I've also picked up meditation. Like, we had a storyline last week in 2K24, right? Where, like, it's all about, like, a bogus meditation app. But I do genuinely think that meditation is an extremely helpful tool when you're trying to kind of move forward, right? When you're trying to progress forward with your own self-image, right? Because being mindful of the things you're feeling and knowing how to address it is so fucking powerful. It is so fucking powerful, chat. You have no clue. It's like, what do these seeds even do? Cost per second. Man, it costs so much to do these. So yeah, I would say that, like, you know, for me, it isn't just therapy, right? It's also stuff like meditation. It's also stuff like trying to go into other people's servers more often and hanging out in calls. Like, literally what I'll sometimes do is, I'll go into other people's, like, servers, right? I'll just pop and call and see who shows up, right? It's also kind of why I don't go into my own calls too much. And no, it isn't just because I'm socially awkward. Although it kind of is. But anyways, yeah. I'm just trying to put myself out there a little bit more, right? Trying to be better just in general. Trying to be better about just, you know, being around other people. And not psyching myself into, like, negative thought patterns when I don't have much else. It's been a tough process. But I'm proud of, you know, being able to come far in that process in a short amount of time already. And that's all on top of the coding stuff. Like, I still have a long way to go with that, which is why I'm doing only one stream per week right now. But I come back with good news to spread. Alicia Fox got married today. Congrats! Yeah, aside from, like, the mental health stuff, I've also played Shadow Generations recently. I played it last night, all the way through. It's not very long. So I guess I'll talk about just kind of, like, spoilery stuff. Although there isn't too much to it, honestly. So really, it's more so just opinions. I think that the content that's in Shadow Generations, it is some of the best that the series has seen, probably since the original Generations. Like, the game design at play is incredible, honestly. It is genuinely some of the best game design that the series has seen ever since the original Generations. The stages are incredibly complex. There's, like, parts to them. And they're really, really fun to speed through. Not to mention, they're longer than anything in Forces or Frontiers. It's good to know that they still have the wherewithal in them to make levels that you would actually want to replay. Because for, like, over a decade at this point, we got what sort of felt like the bare minimum with the boost, sorry, with the boost formula. But Sonic and Shadow Generations combined, I honestly think it makes for the ultimate Sonic boost experience. There's not a wasted beat between the two. It is quality from front to fucking back. It is actually kind of unfair how freaking good it is. I'm glad that the people that are usually really really critical about Sonic are also fucking with it. It's honestly nice to see. As someone who's enjoyed the series for a long time, it's honestly nice to see. Hold on. Heavily shifts to less effect. I need to, like, put the runes in. I need to drag the spirits in. Spirit of Ruin. Based on how many buildings were sold. Produce 10 more. Jeremy, Spirit of Industry. Milk is 10% more powerful. We'll take it. Wrinklers. Hell are Wrinklers? Spirit of Scorn. Spirit of Order. Golden Wrath Cookies effect is plus duration. Yeah, that's good. That's good. I like that. I want to keep on building up the alchemy lab. Incantations have 2 more syllables, granting... Wait, syllables? What do you mean syllables? Oh! Oh, I get it. I'm not even like upgrading these. Sacred 10 sacred artifacts. I'm a retreat granting 10 plus. Oh, that's good. Okay, cool. Nice. Let's see here. Yeah, the Shadow Generations portion also, it kind of puts the vanilla Sonic Generations to shame. I say kind of, because like, when you go from like the remaster of Sonic Generations to the all-new content in Shadow Generations, it's like the production value ups by like 2 times, at least, right? There is a clear delineation between how Sonic was in 2011 and how Sonic is now, and you can see it when you go through the content of Shadow Generations. It's so obvious. It is so obvious that like more stock is going into Sonic these days. And you honestly love to see it. You honestly love to see it. We've been praying, hoping for times like these, chat. And they're finally here. They're finally friggin' here. Thank you very much, Homunculus. You're fine for tonight. He's having a little bit of a tough day, sorry. Let's go ahead and get the Cheetos break done. Hold on.
It's break time.
Thank you. Raw rolls on after this. Oh my god. I need some mute cookie clicker. Hold on. Oh my god!
Ever from Disney Interactive is Toy Story. When you pop in this game, the first thing you notice is the poor edging on Woody, the main character of the movie and the character you control in the game. The Toy Story movie.
Oh my fucking god, chat. We got Toy Story here.
The booklet says the game's graphics were created with the same computer models that were used.
They're created with Silicon Graphics computers.
We don't know, however, if the game actually used Silicon Graphics computers. If SGI computers were involved, we suspect they were only used for character animation, because the backgrounds do not have the detailed quality graphics of Donkey Kong Country. As any good devoted game player knows,
any good devoted game player, huh?
Graphics computers and doesn't have edging problems.
Did you know it, chat? Did you know that Donkey Kong Country doesn't have edging problems?
Packaging box advertises an intensely 3D experience, but that statement is a bit misleading because the gameplay, although varied, is often two-dimensional. One question still remains. Why didn't Disney Interactive use Silicon Graphics computers for the
He's so like hyper-fixated on it. It is his special interest, the Silicon Graphics computers.
Let's get real here. The only explanation we can think of is that Disney Interactive did not use SGI computers because the graphics could not be handled by the Genesis for the Genesis version. Maybe that's why the game has nowhere near as many colors and detailed graphics as Donkey Kong. However, even that explanation doesn't seem plausible because Disney
he worships the ground that Donkey Kong walks on, dude.
Besides,
also, oh my god, chocolate is falling in value again. I'm paying attention to George, but also being like, fuck chocolate.
They blew it. Another thing that confuses us.
The stock of it is going down.
Since Pocahontas appeared in
the stock of it is going down.
Why did
In Cookie Clicker
game come out before the Pocahontas game? Perhaps the Pocahontas game is being saved until the movie is released on video for some sort of joint marketing strategy. The last negative thing we have to say about this game is about the play control. In the third level, players will start foaming at the mouth when they can't jump up to the rope at the top of the screen.
We'll start foaming at the mouth, chat.
Bounce off the ball and up to the rope, you will most likely not reach the darn thing. This
I think my ancestors are getting to me. I can hear double of you.
Fixed it. Realistically,
What
you
the?
could end up
Yeah, you
20
can.
times to get Woody to grasp that stupid rope.
Oops.
before you actually get it. You might get so mad at
I'm hearing
your story
double,
that you
4
may want to
steps.
slam Doom into your Super NES and take out your anger by shooting a bunch of evil aliens. Then again, Doom is an extremely difficult game, so it might just make the problem worse. You might think we've come down hard on Toy Story. Well, we admit we have. It's a shame, though, that the outstanding gameplay quality resulting from the developers' hard work is masked by the impossibly high challenge level. Toy Story is too difficult, like The Lion King. Fortunately for you, though, we've discovered 2 awesome ways to cheat in Toy Story. In the first level, bounce off the first beach ball you see and land on the bottom drawer of the dresser.
How many cookies will I get? I got a fever, and the only prescription is for more Stev. Uh-oh.
Next,
what kind of fever's that?
Where you'll find the bucket of toy soldiers. Stand on top of the bucket, then press down while waiting for the lid to move 10 times. At this point, the stage select is activated. To skip any stage at any time, just press start followed by select. You can't
I don't want to know what disease that
This
is.
cheating brings victory much too quickly to warrant spending your money. People don't spend $60 on a game they know they can beat. With that in mind, one wonders why companies release game codes and stage selects. Video game buying has become too much of a game. No pun intended. The game is about finding a game that's not too hard, but not by any means easy.
Dude, what are you talking about?
Games easy and not worth buying. Unfortunately, there's no way
What
to
are you
tell if the
talking
game will
about?
last, or if a code will be released that makes it yesterday's news. There is, however, one last bastion. Role-playing games like Chrono Trigger and Final
Role-playing
Fantasy. These
games?
games will never fail you as far as challenge goes, but the potential for these games to become interactive movies has yet to be realized.
Hello, Mario.
Over caffeinated paranoia, I like chill, easy games. So do I, my friend. I enjoy them quite a bit. I was referencing that one Saturday Night Live bit where the guy was like, I need more cowbell. I know. Best you would not believe what I'm going to be for Halloween. What are you going to be? This guy is silly. He very much is, yes.
Then listen. A perfect soundbite from the movie. Too bad that's one of the few in the entire game. Your chore doesn't end there, though. Once you've dispersed the troops, go knock the walkie-talkie off the shelf.
Inflatable Patrick. That's awesome. Ah, yes. I love it. That's incredible. Oh yeah, I saw a video of that on Blue Sky. LOL. That's fucking awesome. I love it. Not gonna lie, chat, I'm getting sick of George Wood talking about Toy Story.
So he can get down to the floor. Get on the pump and get ready to jump on it when the pig walks by so that you can boost him into the toy chest. Repeat this process with the little toy robot, then do the same for Rex, the wimpy but lovable green dinosaur. Hey, at least he isn't Barney. Next, knock blocks away with your pull string by pressing A to free the action figure toy named Biff. Speaking of action figures, take a look at this one. It's a takeoff of Blanca from Street Fighter 2. Also notice the similarities to other Street Fighter characters on the package design. Aha! We caught these guys ripping off Capcom.
Of like someone wearing an inflatable Patrick wearing high heels. I don't think I've seen the high heels. I've seen inflatable Patrick. You got the inflatable pants that he had in that one episode.
So all that's left for you is to get in your place, which is on the bed. Do that and the level will end. Next, you must battle a nightmare version of Buzz Lightyear. Hit him on his face shield with your pull string while avoiding Buzz's lasers. Buzz will warn you before he shoots a laser, so be sure to listen.
Where's the
carefully
alchemy
for his
lab?
egotistical taunting. As for the rest of the game, we have a few general hints for you. First of all, collecting stars helps you stay alive, so even though the task is boring, do it anyway. Second,
I
read the
know.
messages put
Oh
up
wait,
on the
no,
Etch-a
hold on.
sketch
There it
before
is.
each level.
There's the
It tells you
alchemy
what to
lab.
do. Third,
It's
don't
right
try to
there.
rush through the third level
Oh,
to beat Buzz
Frenzy.
Lightyear. You'll never win. After all,
Let me
he
go
is a
find it
space
of like
ranger.
someone wearing an inflatable Patrick suit.
Lastly,
That sounds
we recommend
horrible.
seeing the movie first,
That sounds
so you don't have to
horrifying.
read all the boring text in between the stages. Bottom line, when all is said and done, Toy Story has better gameplay than either of the Donkey Kong Country games, and players should even be able to adjust to the flawed play control. Toy Story's great gameplay is shrouded, however, by frustrating challenge and play control, and the cheating methods destroy what's left of the game after that. Now, check out our review of Toy Story, the movie.
I love how he spent all this time talking about how to cheat in the game, and then he's like, "Don't cheat because it makes it so that it's like not worth buying." Then don't fucking cheat, you know? Not that hard. You don't have to use the cheats. Oh, George. George. No, chat. There were a couple things that I realized, like, recently, right? Or just a couple, like, weird things that I noticed. When I was watching, like... I was watching, Scott the Woz with my roommate, right? And he was talking about fucking Sneak King. And it was in that moment we were watching, I can't even remember what the episode was. Maybe it was the newest one, maybe it wasn't. But basically, we were watching it, and when Sneak King came on, it took me like a second to like register it. And I looked over to my roommate, looked him dead in the eyes, and said with all sincerity that, you know what I just realized? He's like, what? That Sneak King, when you say it fast, sounds like sneaking. And he's like, yeah? Thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining the rest of the class, Stev. Did you only just now realize this? I said with all sincerity, yes. That's the first time I ever thought of that in all my life. That was the very first time that I looked at Sneak King and didn't think, oh, that's why it's called Sneak King. Because you're sneaking as the Sneak King. The Sneak King is sneaking, chat. As he always was meant to. In that moment, I felt absolutely stupid. But it was a very fun type of stupid, you know? So how many more of these brokers do I have to get? There have been like multiple times throughout my life where like I've looked at stuff that's like incredibly obvious. And then it takes me like a long time. Like it's literally like the fucking it's like the time-lapse jokes like in cartoons, right? And where the character is told something and it takes them like a super long time for it to actually register. That was me, you know? That was like Ed looking at the one jawbreaker that he got, rather like the two jawbreakers that he got, and looking at the packaging for a whole night before realizing that he only has like two of them. And he can't like have one for like all three of the for all three of the Eds. But yeah, let's see here. See here just a second. Oh yeah, I can also, and also the other thing I realized is that I had my own moments of Asmongold infamy. Well, infamy. I should say just disgustingness. Because, like, last week on the night that we were, you know, doing the return stream, I genuinely, like, I took, like, my, a big 40-ounce cup that I usually, like, put water in for streams, right? Well, sometimes I use it for smoothies as well, right? Sometimes I use it for smoothies. Shit, I can't find the post. Oof. Should have bookmarked it.
Hello, Mario.
Hey there, Devin. What's up? Welcome to tonight's Longboi Club meeting. Please don't tell me the mold almost got to you. It wasn't mold, because the cup was metal, right? I don't think mold can grow on metal, can it? Well, either way, it wasn't mold, but it was like rot, right? Because sometimes I'll put smoothies in there, and I didn't clean it out. So, like, when I opened up the cup for the first time in what had to have been a month, this vaguely puke-smelling waft just came out of there. Because, like, the lid is a suction, right? The lid is a suction. You can put your cause in the your other stuff section on the creative board. No, this, like, vaguely puke-smelling waft came out of it. And it was, like, orange, right? And I was just like, that right there is, like, fruit and yogurt that has been, like, just sitting in there for, like, a month at this point. It was, like, actually the most disgusting thing I've ever seen. Very, very concerned Spanish and Finnish noises. So, like, I scrubbed that down like I never scrubbed anything else down before. I still have the cup. It's fine now. But, like... Oh, hey. Hosting cookie production for however much time. Delicious life forms. Well, shit. I need more ships, then. Get in there. Get those ships in there. But yeah, that was like the most disgusting thing I've ever seen. I didn't think that that was like possible that I could have it be like that, but I definitely got it to that point, and I am in no rush to get it to that point again. I'm in no rush to get to that point again. I'm only using this for water from now on. But no, like, the cup has, like, a suction. So, like, it traps... It, like, traps it from the air, right? It traps it from the air unless you open it up to the air. So, like, when I opened it, the waft just came out. And it was not good. It's not fun at all. It was not... It was one of my less fine moments as a giraffe man, who also enjoys his protein shakes. Despite not being a gym rat. You made a goddamn stink bomb. And finish spinach. I like spinach. Spinach is actually good. It's better than lettuce. It is the better green sandwich topping. And I'm tired of pretending it's not. I got a lot of sugar lumps. I need to be using them. Reach level 10 banks. What about level 10 farm? Great. No benefits. Soil cannot be changed. Using this will effectively pause your garden. Unlocked at 200 farms.
Nothing beats it.
I want 200 farms. Oh, I found it through Tenor. Hold on, I'll post it in the Discord. Do it. Do it right now. Hey, Steph, did you see my question? I did, and I answered it. You post them in the Your Other Stuff section of the chat. Or rather, you know, up the Discord. Here's a tip for any aspiring wrestlers. If you're a car guy, don't drive a 171 Superbird to work. There's a chance that it'll end up like one of McMahon's Corvettes. I mean, that's like a 1971 thing, bro. That thing's old as fuck. Not saying that you should have known better, but, you know, like, understand it's like an old car. That thing's prone to breaking down. I'd imagine. Unless it's not. I'm not a car guy. Disregard. I'm a know-nothing car idiot, you could say. Posted funnies and ha-has. What? Okay, hold on. What the fuck? That looks photoshopped. Hold on. What the fuck? Give me just a second. Chat. Now, chat. This looks photoshopped, right? Not that. This looks photoshopped, right? No, not that. Give me the fucking thing. Give me the thing. There. This looks photoshopped, right? Long leg Patrick is not real. He cannot hurt you. Long legs Patrick. Oh no. Oh my god. Why does it look like he's walking in the rain? He's like walking in the rain. The photos, the heels look photoshopped. He has like sticks for arms. This is like the craziest photo of all time. Chat, what are you doing if this approaches you? I'm running. I'm getting the fuck out of there. I'm moving to Chicago or something. Where he probably won't be able to find me because the city's so big. And bumfuck Midwest... in bumfuck Midwest US, they can find me anywhere. They'll know where I am. Patrick hasn't been the same since the Patrick show got cancelled. He's transitioning, good for him. Let's see here. Cosmic Grandmas.
For life.
I follow Vtubers. Thanks for following. You're now a member of the Longboi Club for life. I said that, and it is in fact not cancelled. Zaslav, why? I don't think that's on Zaslav. Isn't he like Warner Brothers? Is the 1991, or rather the 1971 Superbird. It's an awesome car. Maybe I'll share a picture in the Discord if I had a decent one. Zaslav's in charge of Warner. Nickelodeon's Viacom. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I don't think that's Zaslav's call. Unless you're making a joke. But yeah, Zaslav is a piece of shit, but at least Warner Brothers has my favorite wrestling, AEW, under license. So there's that. Actually, no, I don't want that. Can someone else license out AEW stuff? I know they just got a shit ton of money on their new on their new TV deal. But doesn't SpongeBob appear on Paramount Plus? Yeah, but Paramount Plus is not Warner Brothers. You're thinking of Max. Max is Warner Brothers. I don't even know who runs Viacom. Let me go check. I think Viacom changed their name to Paramount because everyone thought Viacom was shit. Which they are. But, you know, that's neither here nor there. Can someone tell me if, like, Viacom has changed their name? Because I'm pretty sure they have. I'm pretty sure they have changed their name a little bit. But no, going back to, like, mental health for a second. I was talking about meditation before. I don't know if I finished my thought. But essentially, like, I was kind of making the point that meditation has been incredibly helpful for me in recent times. It's allowed me to kind of live with a little more mindfulness with me, right? And what I mean by mindfulness is more just kind of knowing what you're feeling and not trying to resist it. In the sense that, you know, your feelings are what they are, they're not to be ashamed of. And you shouldn't act on them if you don't want to. You know? Because whenever you feel stuff, sometimes you feel like that you need to kind of act on it a little bit, right? At least that's kind of what I feel like sometimes. It's like an impulsive sort of thing, right? But just because you feel a certain way doesn't mean that's how you need to act, right? Thoughts are thoughts. They don't have to come out through actions if that's what you... if that's not what you want. Piss. No. But that's kind of more like what I'm... Recently Viacom CBS merged with a media company founded by David Ellison. I don't know who that is. Probably some asshole with a suit. But no, like, am I making sense at all, chat? Or am I just kind of like talking at clouds right now? Let me know if I'm just talking to clouds. New credit garage. Tiny bank. This is your office. +1 loan slot. We need to take out loans now? Oh no. Let's get those cursors back. Give me those cursors. Cool. Oh, hey. Nice. Put them to work. Sorry, I'm focused on the clicking at the moment. I'm alternating. I'm double fingering cookies right now. I'm double fingering the cookies right now. Cool. Great. Ayo. Yeah. Yeah. You heard me right. We double finger the cookies around here. We double dip them. You know? If you know, you know. Or do you? I don't even know if I know, really. That's the question. That's the question of our times. Anyways. Hold on. Let me see here. Yeah, there you go. Okay. What the heck is this? Trillion fingers. Really? I just said that. Multiplies the game from 1,000 fingers by 2. By 20.
Hello, Mario.
Are you winning? I like to think it. I like to think it. I just got done double fingering some cookies. So there's that. Was talking about just kind of my mental health journey this year. And how I'm finally on medication and Zoloft. Which so far is working out. Doctor said it's going to take like a month for me to actually see the effects. Or the full effects of it. But so far it's looking pretty good. I don't feel like particularly stressed at the moment. Which, like, stress is like my default setting. So, like, that's already, like, a big fucking improvement. Wait, golden cookie! Thank you. We love a positive journey. I unfortunately needed to fall a little bit in order to really take that journey seriously. But that's neither here nor there, really. Been there. I get it. In order to really, like, because, like, I feel like a lot of people, you know, especially just, you know, because it's human nature, right? Sometimes we need to fall on our face in order for us to realize that there's an issue. And then take that issue seriously for what it is. To harvest only mature mortal plants. Mortal plants? I'm sorry?
Cheat break my...
Implying that there's immortal plants. Speaking of immortal plants, the gods of Amazon call on more ads. So I'm sorry, chat, but we gotta run it. We're almost on after this. Well, for me, it wasn't so much kind of the realization of an issue, but more just kind of the acceptance of one.
In Bart's Nightmare by Acclaim,
right?
Everything about this game is top-notch, except maybe the...
Oh, does the homunculus... Oh, wow, does homunculus sound awful to the rest of the chat?
Making it overwhelmingly
Does
frustrating
he?
for younger players. Even older players will probably not win the game. Like all Bart games, the key to success is practice. The controls for the Bart Zola
What I hear is what you hear.
To shoot fireballs, press right.
Or at least it should be.
Press up or down. To shoot lasers straight
Hold on, I
ahead,
need to
press
reset the
X.
chat.
To shoot lasers at the railway, press A. To shoot lasers downward, press B. To stand still,
I need to reset
press
the chat
left.
real quick.
Other
Give me a
hits.
second.
Try to get grape squishes, and in the blood
For me, it
stream
sounded
level,
like he
be
was
sure
coming
to
in and
punch
out.
Simon Joe whenever he appears to blow him up.
He has been having a few issues tonight.
The game is hard. If you've always wanted a Bart game but couldn't decide on which one, look no further than Bart's Nightmare.
But that honestly sounded better than he has been throughout the whole evening. Also, I did not say hello to you over caffeinated. Oh, hey, welcome back to Raw. Also, I did not say hello to you over caffeinated paranoia. How you doing? Oh. He's having a bit of an issue. See, I told you that you've been... Listen, you've been eating too much fruit. You've been eating way too much fruit, homunculus. Our time off has really, like, made you... It's made you soft, you know? Our time off has made you soft. He doesn't need a lozenge, he needs more preservatives. What he needs is more preservatives, chat. The preservatives found in good Cheetos. Part of a balanced breakfast. Soft? Soft. S-A-W-F-T. Soft? Is the homunculus. I think we can sell our nuts. Wormholes. Do I get wormholes or do I wait for Eclipse cookies? Stroop waffles. If it ain't Dutch, it ain't much. What's Stroop waffles, chat? I'm checking this. I'm checking. Stroop waffles. Huh. They're like biscuits. What the? They're like... Oh! They're like... They're like little biscuits with filling in them. Okay. It's a cookie, it sure is. The I know I love to get everything in multiples of 10 for the specific pantheon that boosts via that. What's the pantheon that boosts via that? Wait, and oh wait, in like groups of 10? For every building sold for 10 seconds. Wait. Alright, buff boost clicks for plus 1% for every building sold for 10 seconds. Oh. Are you sure it's not this here? Oh, right, golden cookie. It's a cookie. Yes, it definitely is a cookie. Let me see here. Zebra cookies. Those actually sound pretty good. Snickerdoodles. True to their name. How do we not have snickerdoodles here? I like the guy on the far right. He makes you get sugar lumps faster. Oh, him? Here? Sugar lumps ripen 1 hour sooner. How many do you get? Okay. Kind of like 1 per day. Which checks out considering how how long I've been away from this. But I like Rigidel. Rigidel. Where's Rigidel? Where's old Rigidel? There he is. Oh. Oh, there's... Hey, there he is. Goes from 1 per 24 hours to 1 per 23 hours. Which is a big boost if you play a long time. Well, yeah, like, I'd imagine that, like, you know, like, that 1 hour difference adds up. You know? It, like, adds up over time. But he needs all your buildings to be multiples of 10. Okay. Wait, multiples of 10. Only active when your total amount of buildings ends with a 0. Okay. Do grandmas count as buildings? I want to get portals. Yes? So do cursors. I can't believe we're classifying our grandma as a building now, chat. I can't believe it. If it ain't Dutch, it ain't much. Stroopwafels. And snickerdoodles. That's fucked up, honestly. That's messed up. That's crazy, in fact. That's fucking insane. Let's see here. But yeah, hold on. Give me a second. No golden cookies, good. I'm waiting for the Eclipse cookies to become available. Do I have anything I can sell at the... Excuse me. Do I have anything I can sell at the moment? That was really nasty. Sorry about that. Ugh. All I had was a sandwich. All I had was a sandwich before coming on. That was really, really nasty burp. Anyways, let's see here. In terms of games I've been playing ever since just kind of sort of going away for a while. I've been playing Marvel's Midnight Suns. That's been actually incredible for me. It's made by the same people that develop XCOM. And there are places that you can tell, but the game is kind of more like Fire Emblem meets Slay the Spire, right? Because there's no cover. You use cards instead of, you know, traditional turns and movements and stuff. And in between the missions, you develop relationships with the rest of the cast. Just like how you would in Fire Emblem. How many seconds? Cookie production is that much more for that many seconds. Cool, that works for me. That works for me. My friend Patch described Midnight Suns very well. It is the best kind of 7 out of 10 experience. In where it is not going to be something that's for everyone in the squad. It's important to give the boys in the squad a smooch. JK. Okay, but like, you say that, but everyone in the game is really handsome. You know? Everyone in the game is really handsome and or pretty. It's like, I'm just sitting here thinking to myself, okay, but based on that front when you say that, Soul. Alright, now we got zebra cookies. Will they come out? Yep, they will. I don't even know what kinds of cookies we have at this point. Can we, like, check to see what we have? Yes, we can. Cool. Plain cookies. We all gotta start somewhere. Sugar cookies. Tasty, if a little unimaginative. Oh, you... Oh, did your first legacy already. Nice. Ascending now. Wait. Is that what this means? I guess I did already ascend, didn't I? Oatmeal raisin. No reason to hate these. Peanut butter. Coconut cookies. macadamia nut cookies, almond cookies, hazelnut, walnut, cashew. Oh my god. This one's like a whole like essay where they tease them about the cashew. That's okay, since now that you've read this, you'll make sure it doesn't get into cookies. Oh, you've already eaten how many? Okay then. I'm gonna spend this time going over these real quick. Wait, what the heck is this? Billion fingers, what the fucking... Double the chips, double the tasty, double the calories. White chocolate macadamia nut cookies. All chocolate cookies. Choc overdose. Yes, dark chocolate coated cookies. These absorb light so well you almost need to squint to see them. White chocolate coated cookies. Coated. So like, they're like covered in the chocolate. And then you eat through it to actually find the dough. I can't lie, that sounds good. Look to the cookie. What does a plain cookie even taste like? Just like dough? I'm waiting to see if I can get one out of there. I'm trying to get a plain cookie out of this. Here. I think I'm getting it out of there, chat. I don't think I'm getting the plain cookie out of there. No, I did it! I got it! Yeah! Woohoo! Cool. It's just like unflavored, unsweetened dough. That doesn't sound all that great. Mine all vanilla stock that I can. I'll try to sell it later on. Because everything that I have stock in is bottoming out. I have all of my eggs in the cereal basket, as well as the chocolate and the vanilla basket, and only 5 in sugar. I may as well sell these. But maximum in all 3 that are at the bottom. Golden no! There it is. Good. Cool. Great. Incredible. How many cookies per minute? Or per second? I want the portals. Opens a door to the cookie-verse. The cookie-verse, huh? I want to open a door to the cookie-verse. Then if you don't have enough stockbrokers, the stock market actually costs you more, which sucks. A nice broker to trade more cookies. Buying goods normally incurs... Oh, it's a nice broker and a nice grandma. A nice grandma to bake more cookies. A nice broker to trade more cookies. Buying goods normally incurs overhead costs of 20% extra. Each broker you hire reduces that cost by 5. A current overhead cost thanks to your brokers. I have 3. Buying a broker costs 20 minutes of CPS. Maximum number of brokers you can own, 16. The highest amount of grandmas you've owned this run, divided by 10, plus your grandma level. Holy shit. In my current run, I have 20 brokers. I don't have enough brokers, evidently. I need more. I need more brokers, chat. Starting to get a little tired. I'm starting to get a little tired. I would like to make, you know, longer streams the norm, but it's going to take me a little bit to kind of get that stamina, you know? I do not play optimally. The wiki, you can get real in the numbers with it. I'd imagine. I mean, like, especially with, you know, the stockbrokering, and just this whole game is getting, like, real into the numbers. Yeah. I mean, that's just like the whole game in a nutshell, just like distilled down into its most essential form. Getting way into the numbers. That's just how it is. That's how it always will be. The game was made for the autistics, affectionate. Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, golden cookie. Come on, baby. I want enough for the brokers. I want enough for another broker. Come on. Cool. I need more cursors. I don't have enough. Also, we have 888 subscribers. Followers. Thank you. That's fucking rad. Also, can vanilla, cereal, and chocolate please go up in value at some point? That'd be pretty cool. Because right now they're sitting at the bottom. Meanwhile, Big Nut is sitting at like better value than it's ever sat in. Sitting with D's nuts right here. With Big Nut right there. You hate to see it actually doing well after I spent the whole time last time I tried to play this, just hoping and praying that it would go up. But now that it is, I'm just like, man, screw Big Nut. Although eggs keep going down. Eggs keep on going down. Holy shit. I just want to trade the stocks, chat. I guess in the spare time we can also talk about wrestling. I mean there is always that. So from that jumping off point, I will say that the stuff that's going on right now on Dynamite is fucking awesome, and I'm very excited for it. The stuff that's going on with the BCC and where they're like going after like all the baby faces no matter what, and the heel elite are too much of chicken shits to really do anything about it. Has been incredible. It's been an absolutely incredible sight. The machine guns. Golden cookie on your big cookie. Thank you. Thank you, Soul. The machine guns. Yeah, it's fucking awesome that they're in WWE. And it's even more awesome that they have basically just immediately been given the tag team championships. They've immediately been given the tag straps, and you'll love to see it. There are members of the Longboi Club that feel that they are a little a little past their prime and over the hill, and you know, I'd say that's valid. I'd say that's kind of valid. But it's not like they're bad. You know, they can still do a lot of the same stuff that they've been doing for almost 20 years at this point. It's just they're older now. Also, apparently Jeff Hardy did a swanton bomb off the ladder. Who the hell did he do that onto? That's insane. He's like 45, right? That's fucking nuts. Also, they won the TNA tag titles. Good for them. I'm kind of going through it right now. Also, apparently tonight was their most attended Bound for Glory in 11 years. TNA's most attended Bound for Glory in 11 years, which is cool. That's fucking cool. 42. They're the same age as Priest. It's honestly huge, and good to not beat around the bush on it. Doesn't need to be a long run. Wait, what's huge? I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, the machine guns. Right. Oops. My brain is very small. It's very small, and it's almost 2 in the morning. Sorry. Also, apparently Joe Hendry got screwed out of the title. Let me see here. And JBL, like, doing fucking anything in 2024 is weird. It's weird. Crazy. Again. Crazy. Yeah, I know. You're eepy. It's fine. I am very eepy, yes. I'm very eepy, chat. Very eepy. Let me see here. Am I missing anything else here? I could cast some spells. I got the magic. Wait, what if I... Incantations have 3 more syllables. Syllables?
Nothing beats a
cool, refreshing sip of water. Thank you. I do only have water. I'm trying to swear off of caffeine. Caffeine does not do anything for me, chat. Let me know if you can relate to this, but does caffeine actually make you feel more awake? Does it make you feel more awake, or does it just make your mind race? Because for me, it just makes my mind race. Ah, that's the ADHD. Yep. Exactly. Soul, do you relate? Ponytail, do you relate? Chat, does anyone in chat relate? I just get headaches from lack of it. From a lack of... Oh, I'm so sorry. That sounds like hell. Nah, it just makes my mind race because of ADHD. Exactly! That's sort of what I recently found out, right? Claw and lose 15 minutes CPS. Nice. Cool. Why would I want this until I have enough lumps here? Click to refill 100 units of your magic meter for 1 lump of sugar. Oh, okay. Oh, hello. Nice. It's in migraine medication, so I have a dependency on it. Sorry, lumps best spent on upgrades. I'd imagine, yes. I came in here with like 140 lumps. It was very large amount. Because I've not been playing this for very long. Rather, like, I haven't played this for a long time. They call him DJ Longboi. They call me the commentator. I'm at the commentary desk, brother. See that ring behind me? Say no, club, it's a fucking wrestling show. Although we're in the come down of it at this point. This right here is kind of like the less crazy portion of it, or rather like kind of the less high energy portion of it. It's crazy to think that after this I'll be on my friend Blue's stream. Be playing Fortnite with her. Here before too long. I think she still plans on doing that at 3-ish. I'm posting some of my cause in the Discord. It is the dark match. It is the dark match. I love that. I've thought about like making like a separate screen for like chiller streams, right? Like maybe we can kind of put ourselves in a locker room. Venom is in there. Movie Venom and comic Venom are both in there. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. This does not produce enough per second, chat. It does not produce enough per second. You need so many. Tito's? Brother, are you okay? I do not think that he's okay. I do not think that my guy's okay. Name is Brody Hogan, so I know he is nothing like his father outside the ring. I would hope not. I'd honestly hope not, my friend. I would hope not. Well, it's pretty easy not to be like Hulk Hogan. Let's be honest. Well, you would think so anyways. You would think it's easy to not be like him. But there's a lot of liars in the world, and Hogan just happens to be a pretty famous one. Yes, 3 in a row. Got 3 in a row. There's a lot of liars, and Hogan is like 3 of them. That's very true. He himself is 3 whole liars. I need to play an ad real quick, chat. I'm sorry. Okay, Homunculus is just completely checked out. The Raw rolls on after this.
One of the most graphically impressive titles ever to hit the Sony PlayStation, Crash
Depends on how many
Bandicoot is a
times those he's
challenging
been in.
must-have game. First, let's get the negatives out of the way. The gameplay is not as good as Mario 64. The levels aren't as vast or expansive. Crash's levels are basically straight, although you can move anywhere within the path of gameplay. The game is nowhere near as fun as Mario, but it far surpasses Nintendo's mustachioed plumber in challenge. Now we get to the good stuff. Crash is, ironically, quite similar to Mario. Question mark blocks appear everywhere in the game. Common enemies include piranha plants and turtles. This is too much to be a coincidence. It's probably a nice little slap in the face to Nintendo, and if you've seen the Crash Bandicoot commercials, you'd probably agree. The slap is all in good fun, though. Sony has aggressively marketed its possible new mascot, but very tastefully. We've always wanted Nintendo to be just as dynamic, but their ads are like sticks in the mud. Crash's more mesmerizing levels are later in the game.
Need more water.
But players will still be amazed by some of the earlier levels, like the trip
I'm
down the
clicking
river
more
and the
chat.
marathon run to get away from an Indiana Jones-ish boulder. We'll have more on this game in a later
Jones-ish
show,
boulder.
but the news here is simply that Crash is a good buy. You don't need to know anything more than that, at least not yet. Keep watching for more wild rodent action.
More wild rodent action, chat. Also, welcome back to Raw. I enjoy that people came back to wild rodent action. And then he'll be slow to come back and tell us that, you know, we're all back and you know, we're back, my dudes. He's very eepy today. Give him some space. Give him just a little bit of space, chat. But no, Marvel Midnight Suns. I was talking about that earlier. Again, like, it reminds me a lot of Fire Emblem. Mostly with how you can develop your relationships, like, with the heroes. And that ends up affecting gameplay. There's also, like, other things that you can have ticking along in the background, like XCOM. So, like, it already appeals to my strategy game senses in two ways. Because I remember when we played Fire Emblem on this channel. This was like a year and change ago. Probably like 2 years ago at this point. God, I've been doing this for a long time. I've been doing this for a very long time. But back in the day, we played Fire Emblem, right? And I remember that we chose the Golden Deer, right? And we took the brawler Raphael, and we made him into a black mage just for fun, because I felt that would be funny to do, you know? And it was really funny, because we eventually got him to just be, we got him to be semi-competent. We got him to be, like, semi-competent. He was never going to be, like, the best in the world, right? Because that's just not where his talents are. But we got him to pass the certification test for it. We actually got him to pass the certification for it. And at that point, he was acceptable. He wasn't great, but he was acceptable. And that's really all that you need out of this life, you know? Just acceptability. You know, that's kind of what Marvel's Midnight Suns reminds me of. You can't, because you can kind of retool the characters a little bit depending on what cards you give them. And you can kind of stockpile cards to use in different matches. The only thing that's, like, kind of weird about it is that there's tacked on microtransactions. For what? I have absolutely no clue. But it's a single player game that has micros. And usually I'm someone that doesn't really jive with that, like, at all. Bake 1 million cookie, or rather 100 million cookies per second. But normally I don't fucks with that at all. But someone gifted it to me for my birthday. Because now I'm 25. I'm 25 years old. Now. Which means that I am officially not getting any younger. I'm officially not getting any younger. I'm here for the long haul, but I'm not getting any younger at this point. Although I'm still young. I'm still young. But now more cells are dying faster than they're being made. So I am literally disintegrating. That's honestly kind of neat. Okay, I posted all my cause in the Discord. Why do you call it the DOS cord? I'm genuinely curious. Nice. I like them, dude. Wait, where's the thing again? Been there, it's fine. Is it fine? I don't know if it's fine. I don't know if it's fine. Because now it's only going to be a matter of time before I'm 30, and at that point it's only going to be a matter of time before I'm 40, and so on and so forth. There's a lot of doomerism online, but I'm fairly positive. I'm fairly positive that I'll be able to make it to at least 40. You know? I like the Dudley Boys one, dude. I like that one in particular. A hag, as they say, LMAO. VTubing is really fucking crazy. Because youth is especially valued. You know? And not to say I'm, like, old as fuck now. Like, in the big scheme of things, I'm still pretty... Holy crap. Where's Cereal? Cereal's climbing up from the doldrums. Wow! Cereal's climbing up from the doldrums. Maybe it'll get there. Maybe it'll get there. Maybe it'll get to a place. My goal is to get to as many people to survive until April 20th, 2069 and throw a big party that day. I would like to get there myself at least. Yes. And by that point, I will be 69. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's a long ways away. We don't need existential crises here. We're all good. We're all good. I'm all good, don't worry. For 2069, because it will still be funny in 45 years. It will! It will be funny in 45 years. Aging kicks ass. Does it now? When I get older, will the ADHD go away? And will I be able to drink caffeine? Because, yeah, like, again, drinking caffeine doesn't do anything for me. It just makes my mind race more. Can't do it. So, like, I'm swearing off of G Fuel, which means no more PewDiePie gamer gunk drink. LMA, no. Alright, Husky, good night. Thank you for following and thank you for showing up. It was nice having you here. Golden Cookie by Pantheon. I got it! Don't worry. I really wanted the ADHD to go away when I get older. But if it's not going to, then like, fucking hell. What am I doing?
Hello, Mario.
Hell yeah, I love ADHD cookies. Do you a creep show? Hi, how are you doing? It's been a while since I've seen you. It's been a while since I've seen everybody. But, especially been a while since I've seen you. How are you doing? Holy fucking shit. Okay, that woke me up. Wow. I've been sitting here being like, oh man, I'm so eepy. I don't know how much more I can do this. And then bam! Metal pipe. Also, God, I'm so sad. I spent time recording something for YouTube, and it's on. Ah, I hate that for you. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, soul. Wake the fuck up. Wake the fuck up, Longboi. We got a city to burn. We got cookies to bake. Shipments are twice as efficient. Thank you. Thank you for shouting out Creep Show, I guess. Yes. Yes. Yes, go and follow them. They were playing Battle for Bikini Bottom. Hell yeah. That's sick as shit. Creep Show dab. Oh my god. You got some cool emotes there. Don't you? Are those in your server right now? Are those in your server? No, they're not. Why aren't these in your server? Creep Show. No, you. Oh, thank you. I need to add them to my server, lol. I'm lazy, I'll do it. It's okay, cool. Great. I'm happy. Nothing would make me happier than seeing your emotes being added to your server. No, thank you. Mech... Mech work really hard. Mech works really hard on these emotes. They're really cool. You can subscribe and you get Kurt Angle Stev right there. Let's see. No, that doesn't... that doesn't give me anything. Doesn't give me anything special. Let's see. No, everything that I own in the stock market just keeps going down, chat. We keep losing. Cereal started at the highest of highs, literally here. And ever since then, it's just cratered. Meanwhile, chocolate is not a good investment. It has not been a good investment for like a little while now. I don't know if it ever will be again. Meanwhile, the vanilla bet has not gone as planned. It's all been terrible. Just buy anything under $3 and just sell if it gets over 10. Well, everything that I own, like the highest of something that I own is $5.23. I just sold a stock for like $110. I bought for like $2. Well, I need to be patient. I need to hodl. I gotta hodl that shit. How many butters can I buy? 6 butters, huh? Cereal! Cereal's climbing! Cereal's finally climbing! So's vanilla! Holy shit, chat! It's climbing! It's finally climbing! Come on, next tick. 40 seconds. Come on. Come on. Give me. Give me that shit. Give me that fucking shit. Please. Please. I need... Hold on. Ooh! 14 seconds. 14 seconds. Go up. Go up to $10. Go up to $10. Go up to $10 cereal or vanilla. One of the two. No, you keep going down. Why can't I get anything in this game? This game is just for hodling for sure. Yeah, this game is all about hodling, isn't it? But no, like... Hold on. Eventually, runs just become set it and forget it for weeks at a time. Well, I feel like I need to keep, like, checking the stock market, you know? Or else I'm not gonna get... or else I'm not gonna be able to enjoy the yield. You know, eventually runs just become set it and forget it for weeks at a time. Isn't that kind of detrimental, though? I would think that would be kind of detrimental to you. Because, like, you're missing out on some things, right? I don't want to... I don't want to. Come on. Just get to $10. Get to $10, please. I'm begging of you to get to at least $10. That's it. That's all I want out of you. You gotta be kidding me. It keeps going down! Well, there are upgrades that you can get that still up your yield while you're not active. Need to get those upgrades then, I guess. But I'm still waiting on the stupid... stock market. Keeping with the wizard towers here. Keeping with Big Wizard Man here. With the Shadow Money Wizard Gang. One ponytail. We're investing in the Shadow Money Wizard Gang for our cookie needs. Oh my goodness gracious. I closed my tab for 22 minutes and got 10 septendectillion cookies. What? How many is that? I'm looking it up. A septendecillion is a number that is represented differently in the United States and Great Britain. Is equal to 1 followed by 500 is equal to 1 is equal to 1 followed by 54 zeros. Septendecillion. That's like a lot of zeros. Jesus. That's insane. I don't know if man. Oh! Ooh! Oh! 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 Oh, yeah! Get over here. Get over here. No! No! Oh. So. Oh, yeah. Sexticillion. Sex. Come on. Jeez. Okay, I can actually do some things, kinda. Actually worth a lot of money. Actually worth a lot of money. Essence of dough.
Oh my God.
Ancient grimoires. Ancient grimoires. Oh, sorry, that's per second. Good. Sex. Good job, JR. Twice as efficient. Twice efficient. Hmm. Woo! Jeez. Antimony. There you go. I want to keep going until until Blue goes live. Oh, it looks like they are. It looks like they will. In a second. Like the moment that Blue goes live. I mean, I guess I could just like raid into her right now. And then maybe you guys can hang around if you want until she begins. Right? Is that something that we're all down with? Can we fuck with that? Can we fuck with that at all? Because I'll be honest, I'm getting a little tired and I want to take a break. I want to take a small break before we get like deep into before I go like right into Fortnite with Soul. Let's see. You sound like you're going through it. I say go for it. Okay, cool. No! Well, you know what? This is a good time. That's as good as time as any, I'd say. We're back to 1 million. We're back to 85.5 million. Okay, yeah. I'd say that's a good enough time to go in there and just start. Let me get her pulled up here. I'll get her pulled up here. We'll raid into it, chat. This is a secret raid. Shush. Search live channels to raid. Okay, but what if they're not live? Pure blue heart. Can I not do it? No. I can do it, right? Remember, closing your cookie clicker tab kills your gains. The thing is, though, it's not even closed. I don't think it is anyways. Okay, there we go. Okay, there you go. Raid. Pure blue heart. We're going in there right now. The raid has been created. We're sending in 13 viewers, 15 viewers over to a channel that's not even live yet. We're just gonna sit in there and we're gonna wait, okay? Send her some Longboi Club love, like immediately, like right off the bat. Just send it over to her. I'll be joining her live in about like 30 minutes. If you all need to go to bed, that's okay, I understand. But nonetheless, I appreciate everyone for coming on by tonight. I had a lot of fun. I am pretty tired. I'm gonna go get up, and I'm going to get up, stretch, and take care of yourself. I will. And you guys do the same, okay? If you haven't done so already, please follow the channel. I would appreciate it. Join the Discord server. We are doing My Little Pony Friendship's Magic watch-alongs every Sunday. Asterisk. It's usually every other Sunday, but we are definitely doing it tomorrow. We're doing 4 episodes. We're on the last 8 of Season 8. We're getting close to the end. It's unbelievable, but we are getting close to the end of Friendship is Magic. And, you know, be sure to follow me on my other stuff, on my socials, on my card, right there. Everything is right there. You should go and follow all of it. As always, I've been GIRAFFE, the president of the Longboi Club. You guys have been the Longboi Club for life. I'll see you in like half an hour. Bye.